Chapter 2248, Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Chapter 2248, Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Countless birds and beasts turned to ashes under the dreadful attacks. Far away, there was pandemonium. The fierce beasts were clearly frightened until they wet themselves, all fleeing like they went crazy. The gray-robed man frowned slightly. Spreading out his divine sense, he swept over every inch of earth. Deva Realm Powerhouse. How powerful was his divine sense? Even if it was a tiny worm, it could forget about escaping his probing too. He slowly flew forward, divine sense like radar, scanning over whole stretches, not leaving out a trace. In the array formation, Yi Yuan even held his breathing, not daring to let out the slightest trace of movement. Fortunately, the limitless D-killing Bao's aura was already mostly sealed by this person. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to connect to the heavens, he could not hide its aura too. Feeling the earth quaked and mountains swayed, Yi Yuan felt slightly surprised in his heart. The strike of a Deva Realm powerhouse was too terrifying. His teleport was probably several hundreds of thousands of miles, but he could still feel the other party's attack. Very soon, an extremely strong aura came close from afar. Yi Yuan's heart pounded heavily. He did not know whether or not his array formation could hide from a Deva Realm's probing. His array formation already glimpsed right at the source, his attainments exceedingly high. Even if a heavenly emperor came, he did not fear either. But Deva Realm, this realm, was completely unknown to him. A peerlessly tyrannical divine sense swept across the land. Yi Yuan's heart leaped to his throat. Fortunately, when this divine sense swept past, it did not discover his existence, flying over into the distance. Yi Yuan's heart finally landed back in place. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to lower his guard and did not pull back the array formation immediately. Sure enough, another powerful divine sense descended once more, sweeping across. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that there were two Deva Realm powerhouses searching for this man in white. The following 3 days, these two people took turns to search in this vicinity over and over again. Only all the way until 3 days later did the two people's probing disappear. Yi Yuan was very careful, hiding an entire day in the array formation before coming out. After coming out, Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, bringing that man and directly teleporting away. No idea how far they ran either. Only when Yi Yuan felt that it was safe did he find a quiet place to land. He thought about it, arriving outside a cave with a teleport. He then fired out one restriction after another above the void. These restrictions were without form or substance, but formed an enormous web within a radius of 10,000 miles. These restrictions did not have the effect of harming, but as long as someone touched the restrictions, he would immediately know. Deva Realm powerhouses, their strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan did not wish to die with no clear reason whatsoever. Only after bustling around for the greater part of the day did he return to the cave. Wildblade's expression was ugly as he said, "Young master, wouldn't directly killing this person and taking this limitless D-killing Bao do? It's very dangerous for us like this. Those two Deva Realm powerhouses definitely won't be willing to drop the matter." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no grudge or enmity with him. Murdering people in S.N.A.T.C. Hing treasure, this sort of thing, I can't do it." Ghost Empyrean Wildblade had an expression like he saw a ghost. Clearly, he was unable to understand Yi Yuan's actions. In his impression, Yi Yuan was not a benevolent and soft-hearted person. In the Azura Blood Sea, those few heavenly emperors who provoked Yi Yuan were all directly finished off by him. Why was he showing petty kindness now? Yi Yuan knew what Wildblade was thinking and said coolly, "For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. When you follow me for a long time, you'll understand. All right, you go outside and guard. I'll treat his wounds for him." Wildblade was helpless and could only guard outside the cave. Yi Yuan looked at the man in white clothing and said coolly, "Stop pretending. These words weren't said for you to hear." It turned out that this man in white had long already woken up, but he was pretending to be unconscious. It was just that how could he hide from Yi Yuan like this? The man in white slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of vigilance. His hands gripped the limitless G. Oh, D killing bow a little tighter. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "To dare S. In A. TC. H away the limitless G. Oh, D killing bow from the hands of Deva Realms. I have to admire your courage. But even if you S. In A. TC. H it, you also don't have the life to use it." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, the expression of the man in white could not help turning dim as he said with a sigh, "I'm about to transcend the first blight tribulation right away." Why, the man's injuries were extremely severe. Saying these words made the expression on his face extremely contorted. His complexion also became a little paler. Why the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed like the terrors of Deva Blight tribulations were still above his imaginations. Why this man in white was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor but did not even dare to cross the Blight tribulation. Why Yi Yuan did not get long-winded. Carefully inspecting his injuries, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Why this person's injuries were extremely severe. Extremely terrifying, Tao, ACC. Mutilations were retained within his body, wrecking his bodily functions continuously. Why, furthermore, even his small world was punched through. His situation rather similar to Yi Yuan's back then. Why it seemed like he unleashed all of his methods in order to escape. Why, however, this person did not have Yi Yuan's formidable fleshly body and life force. Why at most half a month, he would die without a doubt. Why, furthermore, through this person's injuries, Yi Yuan could also distinctly feel how strong a Deva realm strength was. Why when his divine essence entered the white clothing man's body and came into contact with those remnant Tao ACCU mutilations, it was like encountering a terrible monster, directly being washed away. Why that tyrannicalness was seemingly like facing heavenly Tao. Why Yi Yuan also expended a Herculean effort before figuring out the situation within his body. Why, after he was done inspecting, Yi Yuan said coolly, "There is no hope." Why the white-clothed man's expression turned dim, and he said with a nod, "I know. Unless the medicine ancestor is here, otherwise, I'll die without a doubt. After I die, you take away the limitless G. Oh, D, killing bow, then." Why his own body, he naturally knew himself. There was simply no way of remedying the situation. Why forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little 8-star. Even if he was an 8-star alchemy G, OD, he could not treat the injuries left behind by Deva Realm 2. Why, Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "If the medicine ancestor was here, do you think that he'll save you?" Why the white-clothed man smiled miserably and said, "The medicine ancestor is aloof from the Ma. SES. Why would he pay attention to the life and death of an ant like me?" Why Yi Yuan said coolly, "At least you have a bit of understanding of yourself. Relax, with me around, you won't die. However, I'm temporarily unable to help you restore your cultivation. You're currently just a cripple." Why the white-clothed man's gaze turned intent, immediately smiling bitterly, and said, "This heavenly emperor is merely someone who's about to die. You don't have to console me anymore." Why Yi Yuan could not be bothered to waste his breath with him. Forming his fingers as a sword, a tiny pale yellow long needle appeared at Yi Yuan's fingertips. Why this long needle was actually condensed with sword energy. Why Yi Yuan moved like lightning. King the sword needle onto the major acupoints all over the body of the man in white. Why the white-clothed man gave if fled groan, only feeling one stream of sword energy after another being sent into his body, wandering within his body. Why at this moment he hurt until he could not speak, but he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. Why sword Tao source. Why this guy was just Empyrean realm, but he actually comprehended sword Tao source. Why what was even scarier was that this guy actually treated sword energy as a golden needle to stab the acupoints. Why what kind of terrifying control power did this require? Why just who in the world was this boy? Why Yi Yuan's fingers pointed, guiding the sword energy to wander within the white-clothed man's body. Why it was only to see him guide with his sword finger. A powerful force flew out of the wounds. Why. Chapter 2249, Heavenly Eye. Chapter 2249, Heavenly Eye. Above the sky of the huge pit, 3 figures slowly appeared. The person in the middle had a sagely appearance, wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, while the other 2 people, one of them was precisely that gray-robed man who appeared that night above the huge pit. There was another person, but he was a ghost path Heavenly Emperor. The old Taoist stroked his beard as he said coolly, Shui Yuan, Lone Soul, 2 fellow Taoists, you can find this old man to cast spells, but the benefits promised, don't forget it. The muscles on the face of the gray-robed man, Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan, twitched, and he said in a solemn voice, fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, rest assured. You've already received half of the deposit. Are you still afraid that we'll renege on the debt? Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul also said, old fart Heavenly Eye, forget that you demanded an exorbitant price. But you must help us find that guy. Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, a Tao artifact coming into being, such a precious treasure, is too valuable. This old man naturally can't state a cheap price. As for finding the person, you all rest assured if I, Heavenly Eye, say that I'm second. There's absolutely no one who dare to claim that they are number 1. Shui Yuan frowned and said, hurry up and start then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, hand seals moving swiftly, and he gave a cold cry, Heavenly Eye, open. It was only to see that a third eye actually grew out between his eyebrows. The moment this eye appeared, it seemed to see through everything, giving Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, 2 people, a hair-raising feeling. This old fart's prowess is getting increasingly profound. Shui Yuan said in shock. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's gaze swept over the huge pit and could not help shaking his head as he said with a sigh, this place has already had all traces obliterated by you. Even if there's anything, I can't see it either. Shui Yuan's expression turned stiff and he said awkwardly, at that time, when that guy landed, he smashed a large hole in the ground. I arrived right on his heels, but I couldn't see him. I guessed that he might have been saved by someone and planned on forcing them out. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly and said, go to other places and search for a bit then. As long as he leaves behind any clues or inkling, it definitely can't escape my Heavenly Eye. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye brought the 2 people and searched in the vicinity. This search was 10 days and 10 nights. An area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles was searched several times by the 3 people, but they did not discover the slightest trace. Finally, Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul could not endure anymore and sarcastically, fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, didn't you say that it can't escape your arcane eyes? Could it be that that guy brought the Tao artifact and evaporated into thin air? Heavenly Eye's expression was very ugly. The boasting previously had gone overboard. These 10 days, he expended tremendous effort to search, but did not find a trace of clues too. Having accepted people's benefits, he founded Embark. Sing 2. Mn. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and his footsteps stopped. Seeing that Heavenly Eye seemed to have discovered something, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul's minds quivered. Heavenly Eye's gaze landed at a corner of the woods. That place had layer upon layer of mountains, the trees dense, the terrain very complicated. We've searched this area many times before and didn't discover anything, Shui Yuan said. Heavenly I did not speak. His gaze became more and more serious. His third eye erupted with rays of brilliant light. An aura of source spread out. Heavenly I drew a breath of cold air and said solemnly, "What a crafty fellow! What an ingenious array formation!" Shui Yuan, two people were uncertain what it meant, and said, "What discovery is there, Taoist Heavenly Eye?" "Follow me." Heavenly I brought the two people and landed in the forest. The place that they were standing was precisely Yi Yuan's land of concealment previously. Heavenly I walked around the surroundings and exclaimed with admiration, "No wonder we searched several dozen times and didn't discover anything. It's simply superb craftsmanship. H.I. plus P excelling nature, a marvelous work of art." Lone Sal's face fell, and he said, "Stop leaving us hanging. Quickly tell us." Heavenly I said, "Someone made use of the environment here and set up a seamless array formation, fusing into one int. 1. Tie with the surrounding environment. The person used the layering of S, P, A, C to conceal their aura. Even if divine sense sweeps past, you all can only sense a forest. The person who laid down the formation is absolutely a formation path expert. With such strength, I'm afraid that he might already be Deva realm." Shui Yuan, two people's faces changed wildly. It turned out that he was right under their eyelids. "This is impossible. If it's a Deva realm formation path powerhouse, why would he hide?" Shui Yuan said. "This." Heavenly Eye could not help choking when he heard that and said, "This array formation is extremely ingenious. Ordinary rank 8 formation G. Oh, DS will find it hard to attain it too. If not for my Heavenly Eye discovering a trace of spatial undulation aura, I wouldn't be able to discover it at all. What can he be if not a Deva?" Shui Yuan, two people could not make up their minds too. After all, being able to hide from their divine sense probing, it was definitely not what ordinary people could do. Moreover, they practically dug 3 feet into the ground in this radius of 1,000,000 miles. "Heavenly Eye, don't you have time or call? Hurry up and take a look," Lone Soul suddenly said. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, both hands pointing at his eyes as he said, "Time or call." Heavenly Eye opened. His third eye suddenly opened, emitting rays of light. An aura that came from the great Tao source suddenly descended. Then, one scene after another seemed to be rewinding, playing back. Suddenly, a young figure flew in reverse and returned. He brought along a ghost Empyrean and a man in white clothing by his side. "It's him." Seeing the man in white, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul cried out in surprise at the same time. The scenery faded. The 3 people exchanged a glance, all seeing the thick shock from the other party's eyes. Empyrean, the one who rescued this guy, was actually just an Empyrean. This array formation was actually just set up by an Empyrean. Heavenly I said in shock. Earlier, he actually thought that it was a Deva realm formation master. This disparity was too inconceivable. Suddenly, Shui Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "A mere Empyrean also dares to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth? He's really tired of living." Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, since they found the source. Then finding the person naturally would not be difficult either. Only to see his Heavenly Eye open, one trail after another quietly unfolded in front of him. The 3 people chased after Yi Yuan's tracks. These few years, the shock in Riverward's heart great increasingly stronger. This measly little Empyrean in front of him actually really forced out the Tao ACCU. Mutilations within his body little by little. His injuries were gradually improving. Yi Yuan used sword energy golden needles to seal the acupoints in his body shut and isolated the Tao ACCU. Mutilations within his body little by little. Then dividing and attacking, he forced it out of the body bit by bit. Talking about it was simple, but that was Tao ACCU. Mutilations, injuries left behind by Deva realm powerhouses. A measly little Empyrean actually forced out the Tao ACCU. Mutilations of Deva realm powerhouses. This kind of thing, even heavenly emperors could not do it. The shock in Riverward's heart could be imagined. Off! I finally forced it all out. Deva realm powerhouses are indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his head and said in surprise. The healing this time was the most troublesome one for him up to this date. Those Tao ACCU mulations rampaged recklessly within Riverward's body and were incomparably ferocious. Only his source, sword energy, could accomplish it to this degree. Even so, he was also trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Many streams of aura ran amok in the meridians. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could only guide them. A slight carelessness and Riverward would directly croak. Fortunately, everything was still rather smooth, finally saving this fellow. After he was done, Yi Yuan threw him a medicinal pill and said coolly, "Eat that. It will help with recovering your meridians." Chapter 2250, Can't Escape. Chapter 2250, Can't Escape. This, a rank 7 in-spirit divine pill. Riverward could not help drawing a cold breath of air when he received the medicinal pill. A rank 7 in-spirit divine pill, it was still his first time seeing. This medicinal pill was too precious. Little friend Yi, see could you be the medicine ancestor's disciple? Riverward asked carefully. The more he thought, the more he felt that it was possible. Yi Yuan actually did not care about the limitless G-O-D killing bow at all, and was proficient in medicine. And then he took out that in-spirit divine pill. Young of age, and he already reached the Empyrean realm. Apart from the medicine ancestor's disciple, who else had such ability? However, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine in-spirit divine pills. It must have been given by the family's elders. But Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Medicine ancestor's disciple? Ho-ho, he's probably thinking of how to get rid of me currently, right?" It was Riverward's turn to be stunned this time. These words sounded like it was somewhat angry. Not that Riverward was ignorant and ill-informed, but that his level was too high, so he had not heard of Yi Yuan's name before. Moreover, these few years, he had been searching for lucky chances outside to transcend the tribulation all along. He never heard about the southern borders affairs at all. Otherwise, anybody else would have long guessed Yi Yuan's ident. One tie, not the medicine ancestor's disciple. Then you, Riverward said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You can think of me as his future enemy." Ask not, two words revealed the medicine ancestor's personality. Yi Yuan knew that one day in the future, he would surely clash with the medicine ancestor. The corners of Riverward's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat boasting. The medicine ancestor could be said to be a D-like existence in the heaven-span world. His alchemy, Tao, was invincible, which genius did not set him as the goal. But in the end, they were all not his match. Of course, Yi Yuan was no exception either. Riverward laughed dryly twice and said, "Oh, many thanks for little friend Ye's life-saving grace." Yi Yuan naturally saw through Riverward's disbelief, but he also could not be bothered to explain. Right at this time, his expression changed wildly, bringing Riverward and Wild Blade, and teleporting away from the cave. Slightly earlier, Heavenly Eye, 3 people followed Yi Yuan's tracks and finally found the place where Yi Yuan was hiding. "Hold on," Heavenly Eye suddenly said. Shui Yuan, 2 people immediately stopped. Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, "It's all restrictions everywhere in the void here. As long as you touch it, that boy will know." Shui Yuan said without a care, "No, then no. A mere Empyrean. Can he still run away?" Heavenly Eye secretly cursed the fool and said, "This brat could bring that person away in such a short time and even lay down such an ingenious array formation. Don't you find it strange?" Shui Yuan, 2 people's hearts thumped, only then knowing that they were reckless. For ordinary Empyreans, it was completely impossible to do so many things within such a short time, unless he had special means. How'd he do it? Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye cursed fool again and said, "If my conjectures are right, he must be adept in spatial law. From the distance of his teleportation, his spatial law has at least already reached peak rank 6. Shui Yuan, two people exchanged glances and could not help feeling secretly shocked. This kind of spatial law attainment, one teleport would be several hundreds of thousands of miles. With their Deva realm speed, wanting to catch up would be rather troublesome too. Fortunately, we invited fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye to take action this time. Otherwise, the two of us will really find ourselves at a loss. Shui Yuan quietly sent a compliment over. Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and said, "Now, do you all still feel that it's worth this price or not?" The two people each nodded their heads in acknowledgement, being wholeheartedly convinced. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, this time, it's all thanks to you for taking action. Heavenly Eye looked at the restrictions in front of him and said with a cold smile, "This kid probably never would have thought that this emperor is a formation path expert too. How can this bit of restrictions stump me?" Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's cultivation was all on the three eyes. Especially the third eye, it could see through the fabricated, prying right at the source. And this advantage of his, cultivating formation Tao, would also yield twice the results with half the effort. By relying on formation Tao and ocular arts, he even cleared the first blight tribulation, achieving Deva realm. Yi Yuan was currently still unaware that Shui Yuan actually invited this major power, and was completely oblivious that danger was currently closing in. Heavenly Eye inspected the restrictions carefully and discovered that it was just some simple prompting restrictions and could not help having a disdainful look. It was only to see him move like lightning, pointing one finger out after another. A restriction that Yi Yuan set up fell apart quietly. Shui Yuan, two people were by the side, exclaiming in wonder again. Heavenly Eye was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly his expression changed wildly. In the void, countless restrictions lit up at the same time, akin to a huge continuous row of lights, presenting a splendid sight. DAM in it. This is an interlinked restriction. As long as one is broken, the other restrictions will trigger at the same time. This brat is so scheming. Heavenly Eye thumped his chest and stomped his feet. Of course, he still had some things that he did not say. Yi Yuan's interlinked restrictions were set up extremely covertly. He did not discover it at all. In this aspect, Yi Yuan already beat him. Losing to an Empyrean realm brat, Heavenly Eye naturally felt a loss of face. Shui Yuan, two people had strange expressions. If they had long known it would be like this, might as well charge straight in. Right at this time, there was a subtle undulation in S, P, A, C, making the three people's faces suddenly change. Spatial node technique. What a cunning brat, Chase. Shui Yuan did not say another word, directly shuttling into the void. The other two people did not hesitate in the slightest too, chasing right after. On the other side, Yi Yuan cast the spatial node technique and instantly escaped 1,000,000 miles away. Taking the preemptive strike, the chances of escaping for his life would greatly increase. Ever since deciding to rescue Riverward, he knew that who he would face would be Deva realm powerhouses, and was naturally also a little more cautious. Even though he did not feel that Shui Yuan could find him, he was still extra careful. The interlinked array formations outside were perfected by him finding some time these few days. In addition, he even flew 1,000,000 miles away and left behind quite a few spatial nodes, in case of unexpected needs. He did not want to be encircled and suppressed by Deva realm powerhouses. He did not expect that it was really put to use. This unforeseen turn of events made Riverward stunned. Following that was shock. This Empyrean realm brat in front of him, his mind was really hair-raisingly meticulous, actually leaving behind so many contingencies. If not for Yi Yuan being incredibly careful, there would already be 3 dead people now. Yi Yuan saved him again. So fast. 3 powerful to the extreme auras arrived from behind with a whistle. 3 powerful to the extreme divine senses already completely locked onto him. There was nowhere to run, even if he wanted to anymore. Yi Yuan felt the might of Deva realm powerhouses once again. It was still his first time meeting someone who could contend with him in terms of speed. Riverward smiled bitterly and said, Deva Realm powerhouses already came into contact with heavenly Tao source. Their comprehension in spatial law is many times stronger than heavenly emperors. Their spatial law might not be as strong as yours, but just in terms of speed, it's still a notch faster than you. We can't run away anymore. Those that came into contact with the source of heavenly Tao were all extremely powerful existences. Just like Yi Yuan's sword Tao source, the might was exceedingly formidable, and could even kill Daimel, that kind of existence. Deva Realm strength was powerful until it made people despair like that. Chapter 2251, A Slim Chance of Survival. Chapter 2251, A Slim Chance of Survival. Yi Yuan did not follow up. His brain was in the midst of rapidly revolving. It seemed like he still underestimated these two Deva Realm powerhouses' resolve toward the limitless G-O-D killing Bao. The allure of Tao artifacts was too great. Men die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. In order to obtain the limitless G-O-D killing Bao, Riverward almost threw away even his life. And these two Deva Realms clearly would not give up so easily either. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul definitely found a tracking expert. Furthermore, this tracking expert is very proficient in array formations. To be able to get invited by them, it must be a Deva Realm powerhouse too. Yi Yuan, A-N-A-lized. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two great Deva Realm powerhouses. Their reputation was extremely resounding. It was impossible for Riverward to not know them. Yi Yuan also learned of these two people's names from his mouth. Riverward's face changed, and he said with a look of despair, "Then it's definitely Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Eye?" His heavenly eye is able to see through all that's unreal. He is even able to cast time recall. Little friend Yi, leave me behind and escape for your life by yourself. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "It's too late. Even if you hand the limitless G-O-D killing Bao to them, will they let me go? I originally thought that I did it flawlessly. I didn't expect that there's still a divine ability like Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Eyes. Looks like it was me who underestimated Deva Realm powerhouses." Riverward heaved a sigh, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was true. Yi Yuan already got involved in the muddy waters. It was very hard to get out. Even if he handed over the limitless G-O-D killing Bao, these few Deva Realm powerhouses absolutely would not let Yi Yuan go. As for him, he was currently merely a cripple. "Little friend Yi, it's me who dragged you down," Riverward said with a sigh. Even if he was an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, he felt grateful toward Yi Yuan too. If it were others, they would have long killed and T-C had the treasure. Not only did Yi Yuan not take away the limitless G-O-D killing Bao, he even treated his wounds. He went from the initial vigilance to the current shedding tears of gratitude. Unfortunately, Senior Riverward, do you know what places extremely powerful restrictions that even Deva Realm powerhouses are extremely fearful of? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Restrictions? Riverward was stunned. That's right. This is our only way out, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Fleeing along the way, Yi Yuan ran through all of his trump cards. Only in the path of array formations did he had a lease of life. These three people were all Deva Realm powerhouses, their strength significantly stronger than even 90 Origins. Even if he took them into the Chaos world, it would also be impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of victory. As for whatever time freeze, with his current strength, it would cause negligible interference to Deva Realm powerhouses. The only path that remained was the Tao of array formations. Riverward was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years. His understanding of the Heavenspan world must be a lot more than his. That was why there was this ask. Riverward had a strange expression as he said, restrictions that made even Deva Realm powerhouses dread. It will be an even more dangerous place to us. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, Do you want to die or live? Riverward said, Of course I want to live. Yi Yuan said, Want to live, then stop talking nonsense. Is there such a place or not? Riverward said, if talking about powerful restrictions, a place that made even Deva realms dread, then there's only 8 Void Mountain. Yi Yuan clearly had not heard of this name before, saying, 8 Void Mountain? Riverward said, 8 Void Mountain Range is the junction between the Middle Realms and West Realms, the boundary of 2 worlds, stretching continuously for 1 trillion miles. And on its main peak, 8 Void Mountain, there are powerful restrictions everywhere. Legends have it that the 8 Void Mountains restrictions were set up by an ancient major power overnight and had once annihilated countless powerhouses before. The restrictions there stretch for 80 million miles, being incomparably massive, but there are indeed many major lucky chances there. Quite a number of people will brave the risk to go there and seek out lucky chances. There is even no lack of Deva Realm powerhouses, and many Deva Realm powerhouses died there. When Yi Yuan heard, he was extremely shocked in his heart too. Overnight, vast restrictions that spanned 80 million miles were formed. It was simply unimaginable. How powerful a Formation Dao master to be able to set it up. Yi Yuan's present Formation Dao strength was absolutely great Grandmaster CLA. SS. But even making him set up 8,000 miles of restrictions overnight, he would find it extremely difficult to do. This was the difference in level. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said, okay, go there. You lead the way. S.H.I. plus NRA Ghost region was in the southwestern lands. They just had to keep on flying in the northeastern direction, and they would be able to reach 8 Void Mountain. Both sides, one party chased, and the other fled. Their speed was swift to the extreme. However, both parties' distance was gradually shrinking. In merely half a day's time, it shrunk from the initial 1 million miles to only 500,000 miles currently. At this rate, in merely half a day's time, the 3 Deva Realm powerhouses would be able to catch up. Brat, run away. This Deva wants to see how far you can run. Behind came Shui Yuan's smug laughter. With the strength of Deva Realm, sending out their voices with divine essence, it was not anything hard to transmit it for several 100,000 miles. Heavenly, I was still all right, but Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, 2 people, had a stomach full of pent-up anger. The 2 of them fought for the limitless killing Bao until the sky and earth dimmed. But who knew that a snipe and a clam were locked in a fight? It was only to the advantage of the fishermen. In the end, it was actually S.A.T.C. head away by a Riverward who did not want his life. However, just as they were about to catch Riverward, Yi Yuan rescued Riverward. The 2 people did not have any solution, and so they spent a huge price to request Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I to take action. With the unexpected turn of events, they finally found the perpetrator now. The 2 people's anger could be imagined. The 2 of them wished to tear Yi Yuan apart right now. Yi Yuan was not affected at all, still increasing his speed to the limit. But Riverward frowned hard and said, no way. We can't last until 8 Void Mountain like this. Yi Yuan said, is there any place ahead with a regular S.P.A.C.? Riverward's eyes lit up, and he said, there is. Go north. With your speed, you'll reach it in at most half a day. Yi Yuan did not say another word, immediately making a turn and headed north. Riverward was secretly shocked. He discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was too stoic. Under such enormous pressure, he could still maintain such calm. It was simply not like what a young man should have. He had lived for 1 trillion years and also felt that he was not as cool as Yi Yuan. Currently, both parties were on a flat road. There was not the slightest bit of ripple in S.P.A.C. This way, even if Yi Yuan urged his speed to the limit, he would still be unable to shake off the 3 people. But going to an irregular S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's spatial law would be able to unleash its greatest effect. In a regular S.P.A.C., even though Yi Yuan's speed would be affected too, the impact on those 3 people would be greater. This way, the advantage of Yi Yuan's spatial law would be magnified, shaking off the 3 people from there. Originally, this idea should have been thought of by him, this old man. But he had long already lost his cool. In an environment where one could not see any hope at all, people who were able to keep their cool were truly very few. But Yi Yuan was not affected in the least bit. Starting from discovering these three people, Yi Yuan's mind did not have the least bit of fluctuation, calm until he was like an ice-cold machine. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? Chapter 2252, Advancing Gradually and Entrenching Himself at Every Step. Chapter 2252, Advancing Gradually and Entrenching Himself at Every Step. Above the void, several figures flashed away. In a short half a day's time, both parties' distance already shrunk until there were just a few tens of thousands of miles between them. This distance was already barely enough to let Deva Realm powerhouses attack. It was just that Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fast. It was very hard for them to lock onto Yi Yuan. After attacking, they were bound to be delayed for a while, which would let Yi Yuan slip away. Moreover, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two people, were both secretly at loggerheads, neither willing to eat a loss. For caution's sake, Shui Yuan, three people, did not unleash attacks. Brat, you can't escape. Stop now and hand over the limitless D-killing bow. This emperor can spare you from death. Lone Soul said in a clear voice. Boy, you have exceptional talent. As long as you hand over the limitless D-killing bow, not only will this Deva not kill you, I'll even take you in as a disciple. Shui Yuan was not willing to show weakness and similarly shouted. These two people saw that Yi Yuan was young and goaded him with word from time to time. But Yi Yuan completely ignored them. By the side, Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and did not speak, secretly cursing the two for being fools. He had long detected that Yi Yuan was a young man with extremely strong mental capacity and was absolutely not an ordinary person. From him hiding from the two people's eyes and ears, then leaving, then setting up restrictions, as well as the spatial node technique, these were all not what the average young man could think of. This young man did not only have outstanding strength, but his mind was also even meticulous to the extreme. It was simply a joke for these two people to want to use words to disturb Yi Yuan. However, he did not expose it either. Either way, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in a jar. Sure enough, before long, Yi Yuan's voice came from in front. Are the two of your heads kicked by donkeys? Such idiotic games. Better don't play it in front of this young master. If you have the capability, chase after. The moment the two people heard, their faces turned green. This kid was too arrogant. Brat, after this Deva catches you, I'll definitely let you taste the feeling of a fate worse than death. Shui Yuan said furiously. Both parties' distance got closer and closer. Over 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 10,000 miles. At this distance, the two already had sufficient assurance in being able to seriously injure Yi Yuan. Brat, you'll die very horribly, Lone Soul said with a cold smile. Finished talking, the two people virtually made their moves at the same time. A terrifying undulation rippled out above the void. But right at this time, the two people's faces changed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan disappeared. Heavenly Eye's expression changed wildly, and he said, Fine lad, truly cunning. This area is an irregular SPAC. In this place, his spatial law is able to unleash its greatest effect. No wonder he suddenly made a detour north. It turns out that this is waiting for us here. Only then did Shui Yuan react to it. His expression was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, In brat, too despicable. Lone Soul said in a cold voice, After capturing this brat, this Deva will definitely boil him well. A duck that entered the mouth had flown away. The two of their fury could be imagined. With this hold-up, the distance that finally managed to shrink was pulled apart from Yi Yuan once more. At this point, they did not have other ways to, and could only toughen their scalps and chase. But upon entering irregular SPAC, their speed suddenly fell, and they no longer traveled 10,000 miles in an instant like before anymore. To them, it was like driving on a flat road, then suddenly turning into a mountain slope with irregular B. U, MPS. Irregular S, P, A, C was like a maze. It was very easy for people who did not know spatial law to get lost inside. Even if they were Deva realm powerhouses, their perception of spatial law was still very blurry. Their current advancement speed was not even as good as an Empyrean's advancement speed normally. The more they could not catch up to Yi Yuan, the more anxious they got. The more anxious, the slower the speed. In the end, both parties' distance pulled further and further apart. DAM, in it. Where on earth did this punk pop out from? How can he be so crafty? Shui Yuan said in an explosive rage. Lone Soul smiled coldly and said, "Isn't it still because you're too dumb?" Shui Yuan was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, "I'm dumb? Heh. Set like you're very smart. Even if you know he's running this way, what methods do you have? All right, stop arguing. Keep arguing, and that punk will be escaping to G. O. D knows where. This area of a regular S. P. Hey, C can't stop us for long. We've already left behind divine sense imprints on his body. Even if he runs to the ends of the world, he can't escape either. What I'm curious about right now is what on earth does this brat want to do?" "Heavenly," I said with a frown. Shui Yuan said, "What can he still do? Take it one step at a time. With his bit of strength, even if he runs to the end of the heaven-span world, he can't escape the palm of our hands too." Lone Soul sneered and said, "Shut your mouth and listen to Brother Heavenly Eye." Lone Soul had clearly realized it too. Among the three of them, Heavenly Eye had the sharpest mind. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "I don't know what he's trying to do too, but with my judgment, this boy absolutely won't be running around wildly like a headless fly. Chase first. See where he runs to." The two people stopped talking, displaying their movement techniques to the limits, and continued to pursue. A day later, Heavenly Eye suddenly felt the divine sense imprint left in Yi Yuan's body suddenly accelerate. That brat already exited the irregular S, P, A, C. He's heading toward the northwestern direction. Northwest direction. What place can let him shake off our pursuit? Heavenly Eye frowned and racked his brain. Hearing Heavenly Eye's words, the two people were absorbed in thought. There are quite a number of dangerous places in the northwest direction. Windless Valley, Sea of Lightning, Blackwater Marsh are all in this direction. I reckon that he might be thinking of hiding in these dangerous places. Make us not dare to chase him further in." Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye nodded and said, "There's indeed this possibility, but along the way, there are quite a number of dangerous places." "Which one is his target?" Lone Soul said, "These dangerous places are all the same to him, all death after entering. I reckon that he'll hide inside when he's nearby after he's driven into a corner." Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "Wrong. He definitely has a target. It's just that we haven't thought of it yet. This brat is really an interesting opponent." Along the way, Heavenly Eye had witnessed many of Yi Yuan's means, and this actually caused his fighting spirit to set ablaze. People all said that he opened his Heavenly Eye. Actually, what people did not know was that with the Heavenly Eye being opened, the mind's eye opened. Using incredible meticulousness to describe him was all too apparent. These countless years, those able to compete with him in intellect, he had not encountered before yet. It was also precisely by relying on remarkable intellect that no matter which mystic realm he went to, he could scheme against his rivals perfectly. But along this way, he was plotted against by Yi Yuan dead in his tracks and did not gain any advantage at all. He had never thought that catching an Empyrean little fellow would actually take so much effort. This made him have a feeling of humiliation. Not catching Yi Yuan would likely affect his Tao heart, making him have flaws during his next blight tribulation. A full 4 days passed, said. Only then did Shui Yuan, 3 people come out of the intricate irregular S, P, C. This made Shui Yuan, 3 people have a feeling of going nuts. This area of irregular S, P, A, C was huge. They got lost inside many times before finally finding the exit. The current Yi Yuan had long already run until he was out of sight. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I had a flash of inspiration and said in shock, "I got it. This brat is going to 8 Void Mountain." Chapter 2253. Men die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. Chapter 2253. Men die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. Standing at the foot of 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion. The scenery before his eyes made the feelings of admiration in his heart arise spontaneously. Being able to lay down such peerlessly magnificent and unparalleled ingenious array formations indeed made him have the greatest esteem toward its creator. The entire 8 Void Mountain was an ocean of array formations, stretching in an unbroken line. This place was like an Impa-S, sable natural chasm, lying in between the Middle Realm and West Realm, separating numerous rivers and mountains. It was very hard to imagine that such a colossal starry, sea-like array formation was actually set up overnight by one person. Just what kind of terrifying realm did this person's formation Tao strength reach? Yi Yuan was unable to imagine it. Over 60 years of comprehending Tao, Yi Yuan thought that he had already reached a terrifying realm in formation Tao. But in front of the 8 Void Mountains restrictions, it was not worth mentioning at all. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. What was truly terrifying was that the area spanning 80 million miles, 8 Void Mountain, was a grand array that blended into one harmonious whole. Breaking the restriction by force was equivalent to facing the entire grand array and would be instantly obliterated. Hence, challenging the formation must have a formation path master to lead before one could go up the mountain. Rashly entering the mountain was equivalent to a road that led to death. A grand array that spanned 80 million miles, even thinking about it felt terrifying. Yi Yuan even felt that this was not what human strength could accomplish at all. And looking over, this grand array was formed by one small-scale array formation after another. These small-scale array formations were interlinked, forming an organic ent. 1. Tai, being incomparably harmonious. This kind of means was G.O. D knows how many times more brilliant than Yi Yuan using the alerting restrictions. One had to know, setting up a small-scale interlinked formation was easy because the variables that needed to be calculated were relatively few. But once the array formation scaled up, the scale of the calculations would skyrocket by no idea how many magnitudes of difficulty. An 80 million miles colossal array formation, the computational complexity was simply unimaginable. This kind of boundary was already not what Yi Yuan could imagine. At this very moment, Yi Yuan finally experienced the feeling of there was always someone better and heaven beyond heaven. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the 8 Void Mountains restrictions were most likely the pinnacle work of the Heaven-span mountain for countless tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan, do you have confidence? Seeing this kind of terrifying restriction undulations, Riverward could not help swallowing his saliva. This place, it was difficult to gauge how many people had died every year in the past. Even if one brought a formation path Grandmaster here, a moment of carelessness, and it would also be the outcome of turning to ashes. Are there other paths that can be taken? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Riverward choked, shaking his head slowly. Brat, see where you escaped to. Right then, 3 terrifying auras arrived with a whistle. Shui Yuan, 3 people finally rushed over. Go! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly turning around. He ascended the mountain. Shui Yuan, 3 people's arrival immediately aroused the attention of numerous powerhouses. Apart from the ever-present restrictions, 8 Void Mountain was rather like ordinary mountain ranges, being tall and having lush green trees standing in great numbers. Of course, there were also many lucky chances. Legend said that this grand array had once eradicated countless supreme powerhouses before, leaving behind countless lucky chances. Hence, there were many powerhouses searching up and down the mountain. 2 Empyreans bringing along a cripple actually provoked 3 Deva realm powerhouses? Are they crazy? They seem to be hiding from the Deva realm powerhouses. That's why they fled here. Wonder if those 3 Deva realms will give any rewards if we kill those few guys. Everyone was discussing the situation. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I said in a clear voice, whoever can keep this boy behind, this Deva will reward a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, dead or alive. The moment these words came out, the mountain immediately boiled with excitement. Ha ha, boy. Want to blame that you shouldn't have provoked such a powerful existence then. At this time, the formation pathmaster who was the closest to Yi Yuan gave a strange laugh and pounced over toward Yi Yuan. He was a peak Empyrean powerhouse and also a 7-star formation G.O.D. The array formations at the foot of the mountain. He had already thoroughly familiarized himself with it and would not set off the array formations. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. A stream of divine essence fired at 50 feet in front of that person. In an instant, an azure flame lit up. That person did not have time to cry out tragically and was already burned to ashes. Everyone's faces could not help changing when they saw this scene. However, the allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure made them forget fear, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan this side one after another. Yi Yuan's face was cold, his fingers snapping repeatedly, igniting one restriction after another, annihilating 7 to 8 people with a snap of his finger. Furthermore, his feet did not stop, walking straight up the mountain. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Brother Heavenly Eye, it's completely useless like this, Shui Yuan said anxiously. Heavenly Eye smiled and said, this boy's array formations are extraordinary. The solidness of his foundational skills isn't beneath mine. Originally, I also didn't count on these fools to be able to keep him behind. I just need them to obstruct for a moment, and it will be able to let us catch up to him. The 2 of you, follow me. Make sure not to take any missteps. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you guys too. The moment the 2 people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But in the next instant, Heavenly Eye continued. Taking action this time already far exceeded my expectations. The price that we agreed upon before isn't enough. The 2 people secretly cursed the sly old fox, threatening them at this time. But at this time, currently, it really would not do without him. They could only swear a heavenly Tao oath and agree to it. Done with these, Heavenly I took a stride and walked up the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I was well deserving of being a super 8-star formation G.O.D. His speed of ascending the mountain was not the least bit slower than Yi Yuan. But currently, Yi Yuan had long already annihilated more than a dozen 7-star formation G.O.D.S. and scaled to a height of more than 1,000 feet. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen people in a row, there was finally no one who dared to come up anymore. But right then, the powerhouses on top actually poured down. Seeing this scene, Riverward's complexion immediately turned ashen, and he said, DM, in it, the allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure is seriously too great. Even 8-star formation G.O.D.S. are tempted too. With this, we're dead for sure. It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but he was restricted by cultivation realm and was not as good as 8-star formation G.O.D.S. after all. Furthermore, these 8-star formation G.O.D.S. had researched here for many years and were extremely familiar with the restrictions here. Yi Yuan was in trouble now. However, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, sure enough, men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Since you all want to set off on your journey so much, then I'll send you all off. Done talking, he repeatedly snapped his fingers again, killing the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses that rushed up first. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's pupils could not help constricting, and he cried out in surprise. Could it be that this boy doesn't need to make deductions at all? It should be his first time going up the mountain. Why is he so familiar with the restrictions here? This deva used several thousand years' time when comprehending the restrictions below 10 miles back then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's shock was not shot at random. On this 8-void mountain, each restriction was extremely complicated. Formation Dao Grandmaster took each step very carefully, akin to treading on thin ice. Especially people who came for the first time and were not familiar with the restrictions here. They were even less daring to anyhow move. A moment of carelessness, and there would be the outcome of Paris. H, I, plus Ing and Dao dissipating. Furthermore, the further up, the more complicated and profound the restrictions. The restrictions on top of Yi Yuan's head, those were all rank 8 array formations. Its power was immensely strong, being sufficient to kill heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan had not walked to that place yet, but he could accurately set the restrictions off to explode. How could this not shock Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye? Chapter 2254, Growing Stronger with Battle. Chapter 2254, Growing Stronger with Battle. With Yi Yuan exterminating heavenly emperors with snaps of his finger, those heavenly emperors were naturally not willing to show weakness too. They looked down from a height and had long already gotten the restrictions behind them down to the tips of their fingers. Each and every one of them attempted to trigger the restrictions too, but Yi Yuan was seemingly like in his own backyard inside the restrictions. It was only to see him display his skill in a dazzling manner, hitting onto the nodes of the surrounding restrictions and annihilating all of the attacks. Following that, he repeatedly snapped his fingers and exterminated another heavenly emperor again. This was the magical battle between restrictions. What competed in was not cultivation, but the understanding of restrictions. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the restrictions here far exceeded these heavenly emperors. Deal with those 2 people behind him. Amidst the chaos, no idea who yelled out. Everyone immediately woke up. Attacks smashed over toward Riverward and Wildblade that side. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, the speed of his hands accelerating faster. He actually defended against the dozen over Heavenly Emperor's attacks flawlessly. When Heavenly Eye saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking and he cried out in surprise. How is this possible? Could be that this boy came to 8 Void Mountain before in the past. He already understands the restrictions here to a transcendent degree. Shui Yuan, 2 people had astonished looks on their faces too. Yi Yuan, a measly little Empyrean, actually defended perfectly under the attacks of more than a dozen 8-star formation GODS. Brother Heavenly Eye, looks like only you personally taking action can deal with him. Heavenly Emperor, Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye's face fell, and he said, as long as let this old man enters the range within 100 feet of him, he'll die beyond a doubt. Done talking, the 3 people went up the steps. With Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this super powerhouse, leading the way, their speed was extremely fast. The distance from Yi Yuan was getting smaller and smaller, and Yi Yuan's speed slowed down significantly because of the obstruction of numerous heavenly emperors. Of course, it was primarily still because he had to protect Riverward and Wildblade 2 people. Riverward's expression was extremely ugly. He was a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. At present, he actually became a burden to others. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye and the rest getting closer and closer at the back, he became increasingly anxious in his heart. Little friend Yi, many thanks for your protection along the way. Looks like this limitless D-killing bow isn't fated with me. You bring it and continue advancing. Don't care about me anymore. Riverward gritted his teeth and said, for Riverward to be able to reach his present realm, he had lived for 1 trillion years and had experienced no idea how many schemes and deception, conspiring and outwitting. But such a righteous and loyal person like Yi Yuan, it was still his first time meeting such person in his life. In this current state, he definitely would not be able to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation. There was already not much difference between dying sooner or later. Rather than becoming Yi Yuan's burden, he would rather just die. Shut up. Just the likes of these few trash can't stop me yet. A big grown man is behaving like a girl. Don't you find it humiliating by threatening to commit suicide? Relax. Why can't hold on? I'll throw you out. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning as he said with a cold yell. Right at this time, Yi Yuan fired out another few streams of light, blowing up another heavenly emperor, making Riverward feel shocked. This guy was genuinely strong. Dealing with these 8-star formation DS was actually like chopping vegetables. If not for the numbers being too many, Yi Yuan would have long rushed forward. Riverward turned his head to look and could not help drawing a mouthful of cold air. The speed of heavenly I3 people coming up was very fast. They were already merely around 500 feet away from them. Whoever can kill this punk, this emperor will award a heavenly emperor spirit treasure plus 3 carefree heavenly laugh pills. Right then, heavenly I suddenly roared again. The entire 8 Void Mountain could hear it clearly. Carefree heavenly laugh pill was a rank 8 spirit medicine. It was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. With this, even more heavenly emperors were moved. The surrounding heavenly emperor powerhouses swarmed over, practically blocking off the path up. Riverward's expression changed wildly, and he said, "This dog thing, really shameless. Little friendy, are you really fine? Amen? Little friendy?" He discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. The surrounding attacks became more and more. Countless light motes fired over, dense like raindrops, making Riverward's scalp go numb. When Heavenly Eye saw this scene, his eyes revealed a delighted smile. Shui Yuan even gave a big thumbs up and said smugly, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye is really brilliant. This move will really claim this punk's life." Lone Soul was serious in speech and manner, but his face also revealed a smile at this time, and said, "Inviting fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye this time is really of great help." Heavenly Eye said smugly, "This brat has a sharp mind. Furthermore, his array formation attainments are indeed extremely strong. Going to 8 Void Mountain is indeed his best choice. It's a pity that he ran into this old man. Playing tricks in front of this old man. This 8 Void Mountain will be his burial ground." Puff! His voice had yet to fade when another heavenly emperor was killed. This time it was 2. Another moment passed. Said Yi Yuan's fingers snapped repeatedly, directly annihilating 3 heavenly emperors. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands got faster and faster, and increasingly precise. Before long, a dozen over heavenly emperor powerhouses were actually slaughtered cleanly by him. At this time, there were many more heavenly emperors that swarmed over. But Yi Yuan's speed of killing people got faster and faster, killing until the back. There was already no one that dared to come up anymore. Beside Yi Yuan, Riverward's eye. L. Us were almost popping out. What happened? Just now he was clearly still being overwhelmed. How did he erupt all of a sudden? Heavenly Eye, 3 people were still feeling pleased with themselves earlier. Now, they were directly rendered mute. What's going on here? Shui Yuan looked at this scene, shocked until he stared dumbfounded with his mouth agape. Heavenly Eye's gaze turned intent, and he looked over toward Yi Yuan and could not help sucking in a mouthful of cold air. This boy is comprehending the formations. Walking along the way, his formation Tao strength grew stronger again. Just now, he was surrounded. It was just because he wanted to borrow these people's hands to comprehend the array formations. Now, he comprehended it. Heavenly Eye opened his eyes wide and said in shock. By the side, Shui Yuan, 2 people listened until they were dumbstruck with amazement. This boy's comprehension ability is also too freakish, right? Lone Soul could not resist complaining. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "This boy already trod out his own path in Formation Tao. His understanding of Formation Tao already pries right at the source. This 8 Void Mountains array formations is a huge treasure vault to Formation Tao powerhouses. It only depends on whether you have the ability to excavate it or not. This boy definitely didn't come to 8 Void Mountain before in the past. So the inspiration that the restrictions here gave to him was huge, letting his strength make a qualitative leap within a short time. Truly a terrifying lad." Heavenly Eyes, Lysis was already very close to the truth. Actually, Yi Yuan had been comprehending the formations along the way. People should not look at how his speed of scaling the mountain was very fast. Actually, it was just that the restrictions at the foot of the mountain were too simple. Yi Yuan was able to deconstruct them very quickly and turn them into his. All the way until I used a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure as bait to lure 8-star formation DS to deal with Yi Yuan. This allowed Yi Yuan to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the things along the way, and let his formation Tao strength make another qualitative leap. Actually, if Yi Yuan wanted to ascend the mountain, he could have long rushed up, but Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He was not fleeing for his life. He wanted to match magical powers with Heavenly Eye. It was just that Heavenly I did not know these thoughts. Chapter 2255, Pinnacle Showdown. Chapter 2255, Pinnacle Showdown. Yi Yuan rampaging in all directions finally made those Heavenly Emperors abruptly startle awake. They finally realized that the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure was not so easy to get. This young man's strength and formation Tao was already stronger than even the vast majority of 8-star formation DS. The only thing he lacked was Cultivation Realm. But on 8 Void Mountain, this place where powerful restrictions were spread out all over the hills and dales, Cultivation Realm was directly overlooked. The restrictions here were too strong. Whoever could make good use of the restrictions here, whoever would be the king here. Those able to cultivate to Heavenly Emperor Realm, none were fools. They got carried away by the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure previously, and also thought that Yi Yuan's realm was low and easy to bully. That was why they would throw caution to the wind and rush up. Now, they all knew that Yi Yuan was not some soft persimmon, but a tough rock. While they themselves were eggs that would break with A, B, U, and P. Everyone spread out, making way for a path. But Yi Yuan's speed of climbing the mountain did not become faster. Instead, it became slower. Heavenly, 3 people were looking like they were about to catch up. Everyone had strange looks. Only then did they know that they had become cannon fodders without rhyme or reason. I suddenly realized that this guy didn't care at all whether or not there were people fencing him in. What the F***CK? Those who died are so wronged. This kid is comprehending formations himself. In the end, we ran up to let him practice. Messing around for so long, we're all air. At this very moment, the Heavenly Emperors on the mountain had an impulse to vomit blood. Only at this time did they understand that it was Yi Yuan himself who slowed him, and not them hindering Yi Yuan's footsteps. Heavenly Emperor, 3 people went up the steps. In a twinkle, there was only a distance of over 100 feet. Shui Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Fine lad, you don't think anything of us at all." His voice had yet to fade when a stream of divine essence said through multiple restrictions and landed beside them. Heavenly Emperor, I snapped his fingers and annihilated it. "Fine lad, this is provoking this emperor. Very well, this Deva wants to see how much capability you have and whether or not you're qualified to challenge this Deva." Heavenly Emperor, I gave a cold cry and returned a blow with a backhand. Yi Yuan's fingertips pointed, resolving it easily. The 2 people's showdown in magical abilities officially began. Both parties were still climbing the mountain continuously, transforming restrictions around them nonstop, while between them, it was separated by a distance of over 100 feet. At the same time, they were also separated by quite a few layers of restrictions. With a moment of carelessness, not only would one fail to harm their opponent, but they would also instead turn themselves to ashes. One stream of divine essence after another fired out continuously. Both parties' hand movements became faster and faster, making people see things in a blur. Watching the situation from the side, those formation Tao grandmasters were all dumbstruck with amazement. The formation Tao strength that the 2 exhibited currently simply took people's breath away in wonder. Every move and stance was incredibly ingenious. This kind of ingenuity was completely different from martial art moves. That was the understanding of formation Tao, understanding of 8 Void Mountains restrictions. While at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I finally displayed the fearsome strength of a Deva Realm formation path master. An existence such as him already pried into the source of formation Tao, his strength being formidable until it made people despair. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much strength to fight back under his coercion. In the beginning, Yi Yuan could still contend with Heavenly I as an equal. But along with the pious Sage of Time, Yi Yuan's defensive ring got smaller and smaller. Previously, the restrictions that Yi Yuan left behind made Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I suck. UMB. It was because Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I harbored underestimation, coupled with the ingenuity of Yi Yuan's skills. Actually, there was suspicion of resorting to trickery. The might of Deva Realm was simply unimaginable. Currently, both parties class I, plussing head-on with the gloves off. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I unleashed his powerful strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form, astounding everyone. This was the oppression of Cultivation Realm. Reckless and blind punk, he probably doesn't know that the place fellow Taoist Heavenly I attained the Tao is 8 Void Mountain. Back then, he gained enlightenment on Formation Tao at 8 Void Mountain, becoming a Formation Path Grandmaster in one stroke. Later, he even relied on Heavenly I and Formation Tao to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation. How can he be placed in the same category as an Empyrean realm brat? Shui Yuan said with a disdainful look. Walking along this way, they repeatedly suffered losses, all the way until Heavenly I overwhelmed Yi Yuan at this time that they finally had a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. Logically speaking, they were all old monsters who had made a name for themselves for a long time and should not be so enraged. But along the way, they were led by the nose by an Empyrean Realm Junior, and seriously could not refrain from exploding anymore. Lone Soul also smiled coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly, I knows the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Does his brat think that by comprehending Tao this short while, he can rival a Deva Realm? Too naive." When those 8-star formation GODS saw this scene, each and every one of them marveled endlessly. Feelings of wars. I plus P arising spontaneously. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I is too strong. He's really walking about amidst the restrictions pretty much like in his own backyard. It's a pity. That kid's talent is exceedingly high. It's just that facing a genuine powerhouse, he's still too young and inexperienced. Tiske, if I can reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I's heights one day, I can die without regrets. The might that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I exhibited was the kind of power that made people suffocate. It was strength ACCU, Mulat over countless years. Although they marveled at Yi Yuan's formation, Tao's strength and talent, all this was futile in front of absolute strength. Even Riverward's face was ashen too, a look of terror on his face. In front of such formidable strength, he could not see any hope. Yi Yuan's defensive range was already being suppressed to the extreme. The three of them were akin to a candling flickering in the wind, possible to extinguish at any time. At this very moment, Riverward even felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pompous. Correct, it was pompous, this word. They thought that Yi Yuan was too confident in himself, thinking that he could match wits with a Deva Realm powerhouse by relying on array formations, even taking the initiative to provoke Heavenly I. But now, he had his face slapped by Heavenly I's powerful strength. Just now, if he was not self-conceited and went upwards to flee for his life, there might be no chances of survival. But now, they were already latched onto by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I. Even if they wanted to go, they could not leave either. Riverward acknowledged that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. But it was precisely this terrifying talent that let him lose sight of who he really was, and that he was somewhat ignorant. He forgot that he was just over 2,000 years old and was only at the Empyrean realm. How could the might of a deva be provoked? Actually, what everyone did not know was the shock in Heavenly Eye's heart. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. Both parties' showdown in magical abilities was quick until it made people see things in a blur. In an instant, they could even fire out 10,000 streams of divine essence to set off restrictions. They changed positions nonstop, arriving among new restrictions continuously. This kind of switching required incomparably powerful deduction and computational ability. One could say that the two of their brains were currently like two teraflops supercomputers operating at full power. They would have to experience countless mathematical calculations every second. But the problem was Heavenly Eye, was long already thoroughly familiar with these restrictions. While it was Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with these restrictions, in the instant of switching restrictions, Yi Yuan already completely cracked the next restriction. That was how he could accomplish a seamless switch. Otherwise, as long as there was a bit of slip-up, he would catch the oversight and directly annihilate the other party. But up until now, he did not find any careless oversights. This brat's computational ability was too terrifying. But fortunately, along with the restrictions getting more and more complex, Yi Yuan's ability was clearly falling somewhat short of his wishes. Chapter 2256. Paying back in his own coin. Chapter 2256. Paying back in his own coin. Such a showdown made people watch until they became bedazzled. The 8-star formation DS by the side had long already watched until they were intoxicated. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide, fearful of missing the slightest detail. Array formations were dead, people were living. The battle of magics between two peak formation Dao experts was just like an educational combat. One time to them. How could concentrating on studying here for them be as directly beneficial as watching two top experts demonstrating personally? The two people changed positions, the height of them scaling got higher and higher. Yi Yuan did his best to hold on under Heavenly Eye's powerful attacks. Riverward, two people follow behind. Even their breathing was practically about to stop. This kid can really endure it. He's not dead until now. Truly a shame. The restrictions in front, I haven't comprehended yet. I already have no way of keeping up with them. They already fought to the height of 2,600 over miles. The restrictions up, they're also getting more and more dangerous. I reckon that punk can't hold on much longer. The two people showdown in magical abilities already said 8 days and 8 nights in a blink. During this period, Yi Yuan guarded against Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's frenzied attacks, making everyone's jaws drop. In other people's view, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had clearly already squeezed Yi Yuan to the limit. Yi Yuan had the possibility of tumbling at any time. But Yi Yuan held in there just like this for 8 days and 8 nights. During these 8 days and 8 nights, both parties scaled a height of more than 2,000 miles. 8 void mountains array formations. Above 2,800 miles were Deva Realm Grand Arrays. Except, in the midst of such a confusing battle, body discovered that Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In these 8 days and 8 nights, Yi Yuan's comprehension of formation Dao could virtually catch up to the total sum of all his previous comprehensions already. Over 60 years of comprehending Dao made Yi Yuan's formation Dao be remolded anew. And these 8 days and nights of comprehension let Yi Yuan's formation Dao scale new heights. Especially that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had an original view of the comprehension of 8 void mountains restrictions. Yi Yuan and him battling in magical abilities were equivalent to corroborating his comprehensions with the other party. The two of their relations. I plus P was like an extremely wise master guiding the disciple step by step. Yi Yuan's method of comprehending formation Dao followed the same pattern as alchemy Dao. These complex to the extreme array formation restrictions were merely just one foundational array formation after another in Yi Yuan's eyes. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was merely arranging these foundational array formations in an extremely ingenious method, making the power increase greatly from there. Therefore, Yi Yuan's speed of comprehending array formations far surpassed, said the average person. Back then at Fiend Flame Mountain, Yi Yuan was able to deconstruct the rank 8 grand array with an extremely fast speed because of this. However, his own comprehension was one aspect. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's comprehension was another aspect. Those able to reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's boundary all strode out their own Tao. In the eyes of 10,000 people, there were 10,000 stories. The same array formation restrictions, the things that different people comprehended were naturally different. Paying back in his own coin was able to let Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards these array formations be even deeper and could even pry into the source of the person who set up the formations. The reason why he provoked Heavenly Eye, the objective also lay precisely here. There was indeed disparity between him and Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, but the gap between them was far smaller than others imagined. While Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was strong until it made people despaired, wanting to kill Yi Yuan was absolutely not such an easy matter too. At least, one would have to reach the height above 2,800 miles too. But when they fought until above 2,800 miles, Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength was another boundary. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I did not know what it meant unleash. I plusing attacks frenziedly, while Yi Yuan fell back little by little, letting Heavenly I think that he reached his limit and could finish him off very quickly. Actually, his current formation Tao strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as when he was at the foot of the mountain long ago. It was just that body knew. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was about to die, but they did not know that he was ACCU, mule-adding strength to deal Heavenly I 3 people a lightning blow. Yi Yuan did not come to 8 Void Mountain at random. Along the way, he had already planned everything out. The array formations here were formidable to the extreme. As long as his formation Tao strength was strong enough, he could completely rely on the array formations here to exterminate Deva realm powerhouses. And what he wanted to do was to make someone suffer from their own scheme. Along the way, Yi Yuan already determined from the clues and inklings that this Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I was absolutely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he did it very carefully. Along the way up the mountain, Yi Yuan advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, feigning an appearance of gradually not being able to hold out. He had once laid down array formations. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I should have some understanding of his strength. If he did it too fiercely, it would give himself away instead. Therefore, he used the technique of concealing his strength and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I think that he was almost reaching his limits little by little. He was continuously comprehending array formations. But towards the back, he shrunk his defensive circle and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I think that his comprehension was getting harder and harder. But his true strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul were still unaware. Seeing Yi Yuan's defensive circle already being compressed to the limit, they could not help being greatly excited. Brat, aren't you very capable? This emperor wants to see when you can last until. Shui Yuan said with a big laugh. Lone Soul also said, fellow Taoist Heavenly I, double up, make this brat turn to ashes. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I nodded his head slightly and said in a clear voice, boy, the array formations here are already almost reaching the limits of 8-star formation G. ODS. Your strength should be about this much, right? Any further up and you'll die beyond a doubt. Roughly 2,000 miles, there was the boundary between 8-star formation G. ODS and those who said 8-star formation G. ODS. Saying 2,000 miles was the domain of Deva Realm. Under this, even if Deva Realm powerhouses accidentally set off restrictions, they could also rely on powerful strength to hang in there and not die. But any further up, and the power of the restrictions would soar exponentially. Once a Deva Realm powerhouse set it off, they would die without a doubt. Yi Yuan was still unconvinced as he said, "Humph. 3 old fogies. If you have the capabilities, breach my defensive circle before talking." Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I laughed loudly and said, "This Deva comprehended Tao on 8 Void Mountain. It's akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. How can it be something that you, this brat, can compare to? Just you watch. This Deva will breach your defensive circle and let you die without a burial ground." While talking, Yi Yuan already broke through the distance of 2,000 miles. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I laughed loudly, suddenly firing out countless streams of divine essence, the power even skyrocketing several times. Yi Yuan's defensive circle was compressed to the extreme all of a sudden. In the restrictions that he was at, there was virtually no place to stop for a rest already. At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others were placed in jeopardy. However, Yi Yuan similarly fired out countless streams of divine essence like mirages, barely managing to clear this dangerous hurdle. Except, everyone could tell that Yi Yuan probably could not block the next round of attacks anymore. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I 3 people gave a loud laugh, directly charging past 2,800 miles this threshold. Brat, prepare to die. Fool, the S.P. A.C. above 2,000 miles is the place where this Emperor can truly put my abilities to good use. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I gave a cold laugh. The divine essence that fired out this time even skyrocketed several times. Deva Realm array formations were incomparably complicated. The array elements were naturally in abundance too. The points that could set off restrictions naturally became increasingly more. At this point, he was a hero with no place to display his prowess. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, firing out countless streams of divine essence. The numbers were above Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Eye. The unexpected eruption made the entire 8 Void Mountain fall into shock. Chapter 2257. You all were wrong. Chapter 2257. You all were wrong. What's going on here? This Brett clearly almost could not make it just now. So why did he suddenly erupt? It turns out that this brat has been hiding his strength all along. My God. Turns out that his formation Tao strength already rivals those in the Deva realm. This boy is really a freak. With one move, people on the entire mountain were amazed. The divine essence that Yi Yuan fired out in an instant. It blotted out the skies and covered the earth. When Shui, Yuan, and Lone Soul saw this terrifying scene, they were immediately frightened until their complexions turned pale. The restrictions above 2,000 miles were sufficient to take their lives. Yi Yuan, taking action at this time, was clearly aiming to drive to death. Fellow Taoist, Heavenly Eye, save us! Shui Yuan cried out in alarm. The light that filled the sky caught Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Eye by surprise, making his expression change wildly. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Eye's heart shook wildly. He had some understanding of Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength, and felt that it was impossible to reach such a degree, unless Yi Yuan comprehended even more restrictions on 8 Void Mountain. This shock was by no means insignificant. How could someone be monstrous to such a degree? He actually still had leftover strength to comprehend Tao under his frenzied bombardment. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan comprehended was not a little bit, but leaps and bounds. A qualitative leap. If Yi Yuan previously had half a foot stepped into the gate of Tao, then now he truly entered the domain of Tao. However, Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I was ultimately a Deva Realm major power. Although he was startled, he did not panic. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I repeatedly snap his fingers, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, neutralizing the restrictions that Yi Yuan fired out. Fine lad, you're truly cunning to the extreme. Even this emperor almost suck. You in bed too. However, Want to turn the situation around with this? Dream on. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I gave a cold laugh and said disdainfully. He knew the restrictions above these 2,000 miles like the back of his hands. So how could he lose to a junior? The killing traps above these 2,000 miles were like child's play to him. Crack! Right at this moment, a shocking bolt of lightning suddenly fell. The pale white lightning tore across the sky. It was as if rending the sky into two. Horrifying power, the explosive clap of thunder, shocked until everyone suddenly jumped. There were a few 8-star formation DS who almost stepped on the wrong nodes and almost set off restrictions. This scene came too suddenly, abrupt until everyone did not react to it. Rumble. This shocking bolt of lightning landed on Heavenly three people's bodies with an inconceivably swift speed. Ugh! The three people gave fled groan, akin to being struck by 5 thunderbolts, instantly blasting them into a daze. Receiving such a fierce blow, the 3 great Deva realms' auras immediately withered significantly. Especially Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul, his body was practically dissipating under this strike. Although he stabilized his figure in the end by relying on his powerful strength, his body became incomparably illusory all at once. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul was a soul body and was most afraid of lightning. Ordinary lightning was nothing, but how could the power of this Deva realm array formation be ordinary? As for the other 2 people, they were a little better than him, but also suffered heavy damage. It was just that this scene, in everyone's eyes, was even more shocking than that bolt of lightning just now. The restriction was triggered. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this formation path grandmaster, actually lost to an Empyrean Realm Junior in a battle of formation. This turnaround was 2 Estonies. Plus ing, resulting in everyone forgetting their thoughts for a moment. A second ago, Yi Yuan was already in the throes of his deathbed struggle. The next second, he actually dealt a superb major turnaround, setting off a Deva realm restriction. The entire 8 Void Mountain fell into death-like silence. Riverward stared dumbfoundedly with amazement. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Yi Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Heavenly I lost. He still did not quite dare to believe it. Is my eyesight failing? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is a legendary figure of 8 Void Mountain. He was actually defeated? Just what kind of person is this boy? His formation Dao attainments are also too terrifying, right? A puny little Empyrean boy actually seriously wounded a Deva realm powerhouse. This incident will likely become the 8 Void Mountains' new legend. The surrounding 8-star formation DS all used astonished gazes to look at Yi Yuan, sucking in cold breaths. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Eye and said with a cold smile, akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles? Oh, I think not, right? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye comprehended Dao at 3,000 miles and knew the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Just earlier, he was still saying that it was akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. But in a blink, he had his face slapped by this bolt of lightning. Suffering this blow, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's powers were immediately more than half gone. However, Deva realm powerhouses were indeed formidable to the extreme. The restriction that Yi Yuan exhausted all his ability to detonate was actually unable to kill them. Heavenly Eye was very weak, but he had puzzlement all over his face as he said, How is this possible? I clearly already cracked all of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, You think that you know the array formations here, but actually, you don't understand them at all. 8 Void Mountains restrictions are far more impressive than what you can imagine. Heavenly Eye's pupils constricted, even more confused. You will definitely think that 8 Void Mountains restrictions are one connected to another. As long as you comprehend all of these restrictions, even if you crack the restrictions, you can scale 8 Void Mountain unceasingly, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Many 8-star formation DS secretly nodded their heads, but had curious looks. Could it be that it was not like this? You are all wrong. This 8 Void Mountains Grand Array is a living grand array. On the same flat surface, there are countless kinds of restrictions, and they aren't fixed and unchangeable. When you crack a restriction, actually, you're still inside another restriction. Different combination methods will form restrictions with varying powers. Therefore, when you're standing on a node, it might be the intersection point of many restrictions. These intersection points are just the formation eyes of many array formations. It's just able to let you pass through safely. That's all. But comprehending the formations like this, it's impossible for you guys to ever walk to the summit. Yi Yuan's words were akin to thunderbolts falling on their heads, exploding in everyone's ears. Powerhouses that could walk to 2,700 and 2,800 miles. Which one was not a distinguished talent in formation Dao? Whether or not Yi Yuan's words made sense, they were clear at once. If this 8 Void Mountains array formations were formed by countless nodes, linking up a few of the nodes would be a restriction. What they comprehended were the restrictions after these few nodes were linked up. But actually, these points were merely just a shared node used by several restrictions. The things that they comprehended were too surface level. Wrong. We were all wrong. So that's how it is. My many years of comprehending formation Dao was really utterly wasted. Understand, I thought that my formation Dao is already close to Dao, but only now do I know that I know nothing at all. This emperor will descend the mountain right away and comprehend Dao from the beginning. Quite a few 8-star formation DS actually went straight down the mountain. Yi Yuan's words were akin to being filled with wisdom, letting them understand the crux involved all at once. Only then did they understand that, turns out, the things that they comprehended all along were nothing at all. At the same time, there were some people with vacant looks. Something that was upheld for so many years being denied. This sort of blow could be imagined. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I had a lifeless look. His countless years of pride, it was shattered to smithereens at this instant. Chapter 2258, Pursuing 3,000 Miles. Chapter 2258, Pursuing 3,000 Miles. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I comprehending Tao on 8 Void Mountain was once a legend of this place. Comprehending Tao at 3,000 miles, this was not what anybody could accomplish. But after 3,000 miles, he was unable to go an inch further. He thought that this was him encountering a bottleneck. It turned out that he was wrong from the very start. Brat, consider yourself ruthless. This score today, this Deva, has remembered it. After I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Shui Yuan yelled coldly, turned to Heavenly Eye again, and said, Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, what are you still in a daze for? Still not going, waiting for death? Actually, Shui Yuan was extremely displeased in his heart. He expended a huge price to invite Heavenly Eye. He did not expect that this guy was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless. Pursuing for miles, in the end, he actually lost to an Empyrean realm brat in a battle of magical abilities. Of course, he did not dare to go too overboard right now. Want to walk out of 8 Void Mountain, he still had to rely on Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was extremely monstrous, but he just could not swallow this grievance in his heart. How awe-inspiring were Deva Realm powerhouses, but they lost at the hands of an Empyrean realm brat, and it was even in front of so many powerhouses. This made him utterly lose face. The moment Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye heard, he was filled with fear. This place was not a place to stay for long. Go! Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I did not hesitate in the slightest, turning around and leaving. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. You wouldn't think that I'd watch you guys go down the mountain just like this, right? The 3 people felt their scalps tingle, walking down the mountain frenziedly. But under the heavy restrictions, how could they speed up? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, detonating the restrictions around the three great Deva realms. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's scalp tingled, not daring to dawdle in the slightest, neutralizing Yi Yuan's attacks frenziedly. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of 8 Void Mountains restrictions had long already flung him several streets behind. So how could he block? Rumble, rumble, rumble. For some time, lightning, ice, raging fires, sword lights, so on and so forth, all sorts of restrictions suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy undulations reverberated in the mountains, making the powerhouses around the mountains palpitating with anxiety and fear. 3 great Deva realm powerhouses completely did not have the strength to fight back under Yi Yuan's pursuit. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I was virtually about to vomit blood. His defense was like paper paste in front of Yi Yuan, but he could not stop defending. If he gave up resisting, Yi Yuan would detonate even more restrictions. At that time, with all kinds of restrictions being all summoned over, the power would be several times, even several dozen times than now. Although the restrictions below 2,800 miles were not comparable to Deva realm, the power was extremely strong too. Plus, the 3 people were already seriously injured. The power of the restrictions was magnified infinitely. However, there were Deva realm powerhouses in the end. Unleash, H.I. Plusing all of their power, they actually barely managed to withstand the impact of the restrictions. Of course, their injuries were also continuously worsening. 8 Void Mountains powerhouses watched until they stared dumbfoundedly in their mouths agape. An Empyrean realm hunted 3 great Deva realm powerhouses until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. This scene was absolutely an unprecedentedly rare sight. This kind of powerhouse, which one was in existence that shocked the world. But under Yi Yuan's invincible might, they were thrown into a panic. Rumble. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning landed. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul let out a tragic cry, his figure no longer able to maintain, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. A Deva realm, peerless powerhouse of his generation, was dead. He fell in 8 Void Mountain just like that. I actually witnessed the demise of a Deva realm powerhouse today. How many years has it been that we've heard of a Deva realm powerhouse dying? This young man is too terrifying. After today, the entire heaven-span world will probably tremble because of it. Witnessing the fall of a Deva realm powerhouse made all the powerhouses sigh incessantly. Such a powerhouse was originally the strongest existence in the world, virtually having undying bodies. What could make them perish was also just the most terrifying Deva blight tribulation in this world. At least, they had to die at the hands of a Deva's second blight powerhouse and above too. But Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul died in the hands of an Empyrean Realm Jr. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul was originally a ghost path powerhouse, his cultivation being immensely formidable. But no matter how strong he was, he also had the weakness of ghost path powerhouses. It was being utterly restrained by extreme, young, and indomitable things. Actually, cultivating to Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul's kind of realm, the lightning laws that could threaten him were already exceedingly few. Yet this place was 8 Void Mountain, the apex of Formation Tao. The might of the restrictions here were seldomly seen in the world. He was struck by the restriction lightning consecutively. So how was there the logic of not dying? Rather, it was the other 2 people who were much tougher than him. But at this point, they were already extremely weak as well. No way. Carrying on like this, I'll die here too. Shui Yuan, this fool. Just what kind of a terrifying fellow did he provoke? I got scammed badly by him this time. Bringing him along now is just a burden. I can't continue like this anymore. Heavenly, I was burning with anxiety. Bringing along 2 people previously, he was certainly not Yi Yuan's match. But now, he already could not quite hold out under Yi Yuan's savage bombardment. Thinking up to here, he no longer hesitated and cried out coldly, "Heavenly Eye, open!" By the side, Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was caught off guard and only felt his divine soul suddenly suffer a heavy blow from a sledgehammer, making him feel drowsy. Heavenly Eye, he only had time to say 3 words and was struck flying by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye with one palm. Suddenly, countless restrictions exploded on his body. Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was originally already seriously wounded. Currently, his divine soul suffered heavy damage as well. So how could he still withstand the bombardment of these restrictions? Without Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's lead, it was like he stepped on countless landmines. There was nowhere to hide at all. In a single breath, he was blown by countless restrictions into a pile of minced meat. Another Deva realm powerhouse fell. It was just that Shui Yuan did not die at Yi Yuan's hands. Instead, he died at Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's hands. The world of martial artists was so cruel. Faced with imminent disaster, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye directly pushed his own people into the fire pit. What vicious means. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them could not help drawing a cold breath. Without these two people hindering, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's speed suddenly sped up. Among the three people, he was the least injured. Heavenly Eye was a Deva Realm formation pathmaster in the end. His formation Dao strength was formidable to the extreme. He could naturally neutralize the majority of the restrictions' power. Now, without Shui Yuan, two people dragging him down, his speed suddenly accelerated. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. He still underestimated this guy in the end. The further down, the weaker the power of the restrictions, and the smaller the harm to Heavenly Eye naturally too. As long as he could endure until below 2,000 miles, it would be very hard for Yi Yuan to cause substantial harm to him anymore. Among the three people, the most troublesome one was Heavenly Eye instead. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to let him off. Even if did not kill, he also wanted to inflict serious wounds, making him unable to recover within a short time. Otherwise, being targeted by a Deva Realm powerhouse all day, Yi Yuan would find it hard to eat and sleep. The two people, one chased and one fled. They arrived at the foot of the mountain in a blink of an eye. Brat, hide in 8 Void Mountain for all your life, if you have the capability. As long as you leave 8 Void Mountain, this Deva will definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Upon exiting 8 Void Mountain, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye suddenly became light, fleeing like flying. Before leaving, he even left behind harsh words. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said to River Word, Senior, lend the bow to me. Chapter 2259, Subst. I. Tooting Arrow with Sword. Chapter 2259, Subst. I. Tooting Arrow with Sword. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye fleeing 8 Void Mountain was akin to the tiger returning to the mountains, a fish entering the seas. As long as he recovered slightly, with Yi Yuan's bit of strength, he could just wait to be slaughtered, unless he could attain Dao in 8 Void Mountain. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Riverward's expression changed, and he said, The limitless G. Oh, D-killing Bao's power is extremely strong, but your strength, Yi Yuan said, relax. I have a score in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is too strong. I can't let him leave. Riverward's gaze glimmered, and he said with a nod, Okay, you be careful. After talking, he did not hesitate either, taking out the limitless G. O. D. killing Bao. He said it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not say a word, removing the restrictions on the Bao in no time flat. A terrifying surge of power engulfed the wildness. The entire 8 Void Mountain was stunned by the limitless G. O. D. killing Bao's horrifying aura. Dao artifact. It's a Dao artifact. What terrifying power. No wonder the three of them pursued until here. When someone saw the limitless G. O. D. killing Bao, even the pitch of their voice changed. A terrifying backlash force gushed out of the limitless G. O. D. killing Bao, wanted to kill Yi Yuan like killing those heavenly emperors. But right then, an even more majestic and imposing aura suddenly released from Yi Yuan's body, suppressing the limitless G. O. D. killing Bao's power. That was the pressure of the lesser heaven-span mountain. Dao artifact. The reason why it was called Dao artifact was that the powerful Dao ACCU, mutations hidden inside were akin to heavenly Dao personally descending. But any Tao artifact still paled in comparison when in front of the lesser heaven-span mountain. The limitless killing Bao's haughtiness that had just shown its head was thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan. All this was quietly completed in the instant that Yi Yuan gripped the limitless killing Bao. Bystanders did not detect it at all. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help turning pale with fright. Riverward even had a look of astonishment. Such a precious treasure. There was simply no way of controlling if one's strength was not up to par. But Yi Yuan actually did not suffer the least bit of backlash when holding it in his hand. In fact, he felt fear, this emotion from the limitless killing Bao. This made him feel extremely absurd. Why would a Tao artifact fear an Empyrean? But the more he denied it, the stronger this feeling got. Yi Yuan gripped the limitless killing Bao in his hand. His aura instantly skyrocketed to the peak. It was as if the enormous 8-void mountain only had him alone left. Sword come. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. Countless divine essence gathered over from all directions, forming a light sword. Bao arched, sword notched. These movements were completed in one go, akin to floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses were already dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually substituted the arrow with a sword by condensing a sword with the power of Source. Every element was not something that should happen to a martial artist at Yi Yuan's realm. Yet, these impossible things gathered onto his person alone. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit poured into the limitless killing Bao crazily. However, a Tao artifact was a Tao artifact after all. All the strength in Yi Yuan's body was virtually depleted in an instant, while he merely only pulled an extremely small angle on the limitless killing Bao. But just this extremely small angle was sufficient. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, fingers letting go slightly. The light sword disappeared with a swoosh. Rumble. A breath later, and a stonies. Plussing loud boom came from the distance. Talking about it was slow, but actually from when Heavenly I left to Yi Yuan chasing after, then to drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, it was merely several breaths' time. With Heavenly Eye's current speed, it was merely a distance of several million miles. This distance did not count as far at all to a Tao artifact's arrow. Yi Yuan's divine sense was constantly locked hard onto him. With this arrow tearing across the sky, it arrived in an instant. A Tao artifact coupled with Yi Yuan's sort of source. How is Stonies? Plussing was the power? No need to look. Yi Yuan also knew that Heavenly I would have to recuperate for more than 1,000 years, even if he did not die this time. The entire mountain was silent. Everyone put down the things in their hands and looked at this young man who was body. In several days, among the 3 great Deva Realm powerhouses, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. This proud battle achievement was sufficient to be written in the annals of history. Thinking back now, everyone also felt like they were dreaming. Just what kind of freak is this boy? This emperor has comprehended on Tao at 8 Void Mountain for many years, and it simply can't compare to his measly few days. Not only is his comprehension ability exceptional, but he can also even suppress Tao artifacts and comprehend the source of Sword Tao. How can there be such a monstrous person in this world? This boy clearly has a Tao artifact in his hands. But why do I actually not have the desire to H it over? Dealing with him must have a surefire plan. Once you can't kill him, the consequences will be catastrophic. 8 Void Mountain was the holy land of the formation path. The hidden lucky chances were countless. The powerhouses that come here to comprehend formations and excavate treasures were too many to enumerate. Even high-level heavenly emperors were not in the minority too. It was just that these few days, Yi Yuan and Heavenly 2 parties sent the 8 Void Mountain into a tizzy. Seeing Yi Yuan cut down Deva realms overwhelmingly, This kind of impact was seriously too strong, resulting in the treasure being in front, but they did not dare to have designs on it. A few days ago, the people who had designs on it had all already turned to dust. Even Deva Realm powerhouses died, let alone them. Of course, there were quite a few people who saw that Yi Yuan was debilitated, their gazes revealing murderous gleams too. But no one dared to come forward. The place where Yi Yuan was located was at the fringe of the restrictions. He could enter 8 Void Mountain at any time. Inside restrictions, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. The High Alt. 1. Tudes of 8 Void Mountain naturally had several Deva Realm experts hidden too. Originally, the fight here had nothing to do with them. They could not be bothered either. But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the limitless D-killing bow, there were still quite a few people who were moved. It was just that there was still an body who dared to take action. The overturned card in front was a warning for those people behind. Ruining one's cultivation base for a Dao artifact was not worth it. Go up the mountain. Yi Yuan threw the limitless D-killing bow back to riverward and swallowed medicinal pills himself, rapidly restoring his physical strength. But leaving 8 Void Mountain at this time was clearly not a wise move. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses were too many. Rashly leaving without recovering to peak state was equivalent to a lamb walking into the tiger's mouth. Right now, everyone was looking at him. It was hard to guarantee that people would not be moved. Being stimulated by Yi Yuan previously, quite a few middle and late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses all went straight down the mountain and comprehended on Dao from the beginning. At this time, there were quite a lot of powerhouses at the foot of the mountain too. As for those with weak strength at the foot of the mountain, they were currently quaking in their boots. After all, Dao artifact, this sort of thing, the power was truly too great. Yi Yuan holding the limitless D-killing bow in his hand earlier. There was even a misconception that he could shoot through this sky. That arrow earlier, people reckoned that even a first firmament Heavenly Emperor would find it very hard to receive. This arrow also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of how terrifying Dao artifacts were. No wonder so many people would be moved. Yi Yuan brought the 2 people and went straight up to 2,800 miles. It was only to see him repeatedly snap his fingers. The power of restrictions suddenly erupted. This scene gave everyone a fright. What's he doing? Committing suicide? Someone cried out in surprise. But in the next instant, 8 Void Mountains' spiritual energy suddenly surged, gathering over toward Yi Yuan this side. At the 3,000 miles area, a Deva Realm Formation Path expert had a stunned look as he said in shock, "This 8 Void Mountains restrictions can still be played like this? Looks like this Deva was really ridiculously wrong these few years." It turned out that the 8 Void Mountains restriction that Yi Yuan triggered was actually a Spirit Gathering Grand Array. Chapter 2260. Sorry about it. Chapter 2260. Sorry about it. It can still be used like this? I never knew that 8 Void Mountains restrictions can even trigger a Spirit Gathering Grand Array. A Spirit Gathering Grand Array above 2,800 miles. The power is extraordinary. This boy is going to break through. 8 Void Mountain had always been synonymous with danger. Under the powerful restrictions here, no idea how many powerhouses fell here. But they had never heard that the restrictions here could still be used as a Spirit Gathering Grand Array. They suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was already not comprehending array formation. He was playing with array formations. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Clearly, Yi Yuan comprehending Dao here already gained the true essence of the 8 Void Mountains formation path. On the contrary, they were cautious in taking every step here, akin to treading on thin ice, fearful of setting off restrictions. What they comprehended was just extremely superficial formation Dao. Around 2,800 miles and above Spirit Gathering Grand Array, the spiritual energy was incomparably abundant, forming a thick fog around Yi Yuan. He brought Riverward and Wildblade to a safe place outside the fog and said, "You guys help to guard me." After talking, he entered inside the fog. Under such thick spiritual energy, Yi Yuan's strength that was drained was in the midst of rapidly recovering. He sat within the restrictions, both eyes tightly shut. He was comprehending the formation Tao comprehensions along the way. Yi Yuan fought his way up to 2,800 miles all the way from the foot of the mountain. The things acquired were not just exterminating Deva realms. 8 void mountains' grand arrays were like a vast ocean. The more he navigated, the more unfathomable he felt. With Yi Yuan coming up all the way, he had a lot of comprehension and needed time to digest a bit. While at this time, the chaos world within Yi Yuan's body he finally could not hold back and started expanding once again. Within Yi Yuan's body, his cultivation method started operating on its own. He started advancing toward the late-stage chaos realm. All of his mind and body were put into comprehending formation Tao. This comprehension was 7 years long. In 7 years' time, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the formation Tao in 2,800 miles. Unknowingly, already reached late-stage chaos realm. There's only a step away from grand completion chaos realm. Looks like I absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy during these 7 years. Yi Yuan removed the restriction and scattered the fog. Everything returned to tranquility. Suddenly, he discovered one resentful gaze after another currently looking over towards him. And men, all looking at me like this for what? I didn't seem to have offended them, right? Yi Yuan said with a curious look. Wild Blade had a strange expression as he said, "Young master, you didn't offend them? These 7 years, this mountain full of powerhouses have all been offended by you." Seeing Yi Yuan have a blank look, Riverward added on with a bitter smile and said, "Your array formation virtually plundered all the spiritual energy. These 7 years, the powerhouses on the whole mountain were unable to cultivate." Yi Yuan only cared about close seclusion back then and did not think that much. During these 7 years, he absorbed more than a significant amount of spiritual energy. The array formations above 2,800 miles, their power rivaled Deva realm. Such a spirit-gathering grand array. How horrifying was the power? Yi Yuan's current realm was roughly equivalent to peak 8th firmament Empyrean. He also did not think, with the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's freakish refining ability, being able to let him break through 2 minor boundaries in a row, how great the capacity of spiritual energy did that require. 8 Void Mountains' spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Furthermore, the further up, the thicker the spiritual energy. Yi Yuan's spirit-gathering grand array was too unreasonable. The spiritual energy above, it could not S-A-T-C-H any at all. So it only S and A-T-C had the spiritual energy below. The major powers who comprehend formation Tao here, those were all calculated with tens of thousands of years. They cultivated while comprehending Tao here. But Yi Yuan drained the spiritual energy that they cultivated dry. How could they not be resentful? But these heavenly emperors did not dare to offend Yi Yuan either, afraid that he would smite them with a bolt of lightning. There was no choice. They could only endure and hope that he would finish cultivating soon. Who knew that this guy was really shameless? The moment he cultivated, it was 7 years. These 7 years, the cultivation of the powerhouses below 2,800 miles virtually did not make the slightest improvement. The resentment of the mountain full of powerhouses grew increasingly heavier. Riverward and Wild Blade almost could not bear it anymore. If Yi Yuan still did not wake up, they almost could not resist taking the initiative to wake Yi Yuan up anymore. Yi Yuan yawned and said with cupped fists, "Senior's sorry about it." This he was comprehending Tao here and forgot the time for a moment, truly sorry. Said that he was sorry. Yi Yuan completely did not have an apologetic appearance. He relied on his ability to seize spiritual energy. So who did he bother? This 8 Void Mountain was not opened by someone, right? Who set the rules to prohibit cultivation here? Yi Yuan was not an overbearing person. It was not worthwhile for him to blame himself for this sort of thing. Breaking through 2 minor realms in 7 years, he was still very satisfied. On 8 Void Mountain, The group of heavenly emperors dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. Fortunately, it was only 7 years. If Yi Yuan comprehended for 80 to 100 years here, they might as well go down a mountain. At this time, a figure slowly walked down from on top of the mountain. It's Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun. What's he finding that's surnamed Yi for? Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun is 8 Void Mountains legend, an existence above 3,500 miles, even more fearsome than Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye? Could it be that he's looking for trouble? There's a good show to watch now. Want to find trouble? He would have long gone for it. Why would he wait for that surnamed Yi to finish cultivating? The moment this figure came out, it immediately caused a stir. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun was a terrifying existence above 3,500 miles, his cultivation being terrifying to the extreme. Existences the likes of Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I had to bow their heads in submission in front of him too. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun slowly walked to the vicinity of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "This old man is Xiao Yun. Little friend, Yi finished cultivating. So are you going down the mountain?" Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I'm Yi Yuan, offering greetings to Senior Xiao Yun. What Senior said is right. This Yi is just about to go down the mountain." Xiao Yun said, "Little friend Ye's formation Dao can move the Ji. Oh, yes," making this old man admire endlessly. I wonder where little friend Yi was taught. This old man wants to find a time to go and exchange views with little friend Yi. I wonder if I can? The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun. What kind of proud existence was he? He actually humbled himself in making acquaintances. Furthermore, his tone did not seem like addressing a junior, but like he was talking to a peer. Clearly, he felt that Yi Yuan already had this qualification. Toward such existences, Yi Yuan was long already used to it, and naturally would not feel any feeling of being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. At once, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "This Yi came from Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. If Senior Xiao Yun is interested in coming, I'll naturally feel greatly honored by your gracious presence." "All right, this Yi still have important matters. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Yun nodded slightly and said, "Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Is it? Okay." This old man has noted it down. At this time, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "If you all covet little friend Ye's Dao artifact, it's becoming enemies with this Deva." This voice instantly spread throughout 8 Void Mountain. The heavenly emperors who had formidable strength were actually eager for action in their hearts already. After all, the allure of a Dao artifact was too strong. Furthermore, as long as Yi Yuan left 8 Void Mountains powerful restrictions, he was just a measly little Empyrean realm brat. With their late-stage Heavenly Emperor strength, why would they care about an Empyrean? But this sentence from Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun immediately dispelled their thoughts. Yi Yuan could be offended, but Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun? They could not afford to offend the latter. Chapter 2261, Certain Death Scheme. Chapter 2261, Certain Death Scheme. With Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun's awe, Yi Yuan swaggered out of 8 Void Mountain and left just like that. But even if there wasn't Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun, he would not care either. 3 great Deva realm powerhouses pursued him for 1,000,000,000,000 miles and failed to make him stay, let alone a few heavenly emperors. Presently, his strength made great improvements. Even if he was not a heavenly emperor's match, escaping did not pose a problem. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun naturally understood this as well. It was merely offering a convenient favor. That was all. At least, his one sentence could save Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble. When the 3 people left 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said to Riverward with clasped hands, "Senior, this Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. If Senior is free, you can also come to Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find this Yi." He and Riverward were chance acquaintances. Yi Yuan, saving him, was also just happening to be present on the occasion. Presently, Shui Yuan, 3 people, 2 were dead and 1 seriously injured. It was impossible to find trouble with Riverward within a short time. Riverward was a ninth firmament, heavenly emperor, powerful existence. Even if he was presently crippled, he had the ability to protect himself too. It was naturally not nice for Yi Yuan to overstep his boundaries. If it was too deliberate, Riverward would even think that he had some devious thoughts. Riverward's expression was complicated. Finally making up his mind, he handed the limitless killing bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this limitless killing bow, I'll give to you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Riverward practically died, with his Tao dissipating, for the limitless killing bow. But now, he actually gave it to him? He shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. I didn't save you for it." But Riverward insisted, "Little friend, you doesn't have to worry too much. If you covet it, you didn't need to save me at all. You could have just killed me back then. I'm giving it to you, firstly to thank your life-saving grace. Second, it's that I'm already crippled. Wanting it is useless too, so might as well give it to you." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "All right, then this Yi won't be pretentious and accept it first. In the future, when Senior's strength recovers, I'll return it to you." Riverward smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "I employed the power of my small world to escape with my life and already damaged my foundation. At present, my small world is already in ruins, becoming a dead world. How can I still recover my strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. Heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Leave your injuries to me." Riverward trembled all over and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You have a way?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, 100 over years ago, this Yi had once experienced a great battle, with my small world being completely devastated. Later, this Yi gained enlightenment on Tao and created the chaos samsara pill. That was how I recovered. Senior's injuries are largely identical with this Yi's past injury, albeit having some minor differences. After this, he breaks through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. As long as I find suitable rank 8 spirit medicines, you can naturally recover." Riverward's eyes were originally gloomy. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately had a hopeful look. This, truly, heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Being able to meet little friend Yi, heaven truly didn't forsake me. Heaven truly didn't forsake me. Riverward said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Senior doesn't have anywhere to go, why not go to my heavenly eagle and become a permanent resident?" Riverward nodded his head repeatedly and said, "I'm all alone by myself without a tie in the world, so I'll go together with you." Finished talking, the three people set off once more, heading toward the southern border. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, it was already several months later. Yi Yuan ordered people to settle Riverward and Wild Blade down, and then he went to find Bai Tong. The reason why he came back was that he received Bai Tong's summons. "Brother Bai, what happened?" Yi Yuan asked. Bai Tong's expression was rather ugly. Handing a jade slip to Yi Yuan, he said, "You see for yourself." Yi Yuan's heart sank, having a foreboding premonition. Sure enough, after he looked through the things in the jade slip, his expression became extremely ugly. Ning Tianping was captured. Yi Yuan heard Ning Tianping say before, his master, Mo Li Fei's enemy, was called Li Zhaoqing and was at the eastern border sky-famed great imperial capital. But this Li Zhaoqing had merely a peak true D cultivation. Even if he broke through to Empyrean realm, with Ning Tianping's present strength, dealing with him should not be a problem. Before leaving, Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping quite a number of Empyrean spirit treasures. Even if he could not win, running away should not be a problem, but did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually captured. The jade slip said that Mo Li Fei was already killed and Ning Tianping was imprisoned. This was nothing much. What was strange was that the other party made Yi Yuan bring 50 rank 7 divine pills to go and redeem him. Furthermore, it could only be Yi Yuan alone. Who the other party was, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue. But Yi Yuan was certain that it was not Li Zhaoqing. Just the likes of him did not have this ability. Yi Yuan dug deep within and thought of many possibilities, but also did not think of who it was. "What do you think?" Yi Yuan asked Bai Tong. Bai Tong had clearly already thought it over and said in a solemn voice, "This is definitely a trap. Furthermore, the person who laid down the trap understands you very well. In my view, the medicinal pills are just a cover. Their real objective is you." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Tianping has followed me for so many years. I know his disposition. Even if he dies, he also won't reveal any information about me. I'm afraid that right when Tianping left the city, he was already targeted." Bai Tong's face fell, and he said, "No way, right? Could it be that we have a spy among us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Heavenly Eagle developed too quickly these few years. Although the cohesion is very strong, wanting to watch over every aspect is clearly not too likely. It wasn't a secret that Tianping and I left Heavenly Eagle. It's also not strange that people knew. They don't dare to take action against me, so they naturally thought of a plan for Tianping. The other part clearly knows me very well and definitely laid down an inescapable net, waiting for me." Bai Tong's expression changed, and he said, Then what to do? Don't go." Yi Yuan gave Bai Tong a glance. The latter's face turned red. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to not go. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping were master and servant in name, but brothers in reality. Back then, Yi Yuan killed people in a rage for Jiang Ming, who was An. Oh, body. Now, his brother was in trouble. So how could he sit by idly and remain indifferent? "Relax. The reason why they don't dare to take action against me is clearly that they don't have confidence. Moreover, I made great harvest going out this time. These are all outside of their expectations. But before this, I have to make some preparations," Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong was worried about his safety. He naturally would not blame Bai Tong. "I'll go together with you," Bai Tong said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You can't go. There are definitely their informants inside and outside the city. Once they discover that you aren't in the city, they will definitely kill the hostage." Bai Tong's brows furrowed, clearly being quite worried about Yi Yuan going alone. What he was worried about was if the other party had Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With Yi Yuan's current strength, forget about saving people, he would get captured himself too. As for spatial law, it was already something that everyone in this southern border knew about. The other party would definitely seal off the SPAC around the area and not give Yi Yuan the chance to escape. This trap was a complete and utter scheme. You had to come whether or not you wanted to. Furthermore, the enemy was in the dark and Yi Yuan was in the light. This was virtually a certain death scheme. Chapter 2262, A Stroke of Genius. Chapter 2262, A Stroke of Genius. Skyfame Great Imperial Capital was not the same as other cities, with endless streams of horses and carriages, being so crowded with people. Yi Yuan arrived outside the city gates and could not help being taken aback. A girl was standing there, already welcoming him. The girl greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and smiled brightly as she said, "Sia has been waiting here for a long time. Sir seems to be very surprised to see Sia." This woman was none other than the Rong Sia, who he happened to meet once before. Rong Sia was Southridge Ten Nations Cloud Jade Imperial City's princess, who later entered Linghua Pavilion. Back then, she instigated behind the scenes to have people frame Jiang Jade Hall. Later, under Yi Yuan's compelling power, Rong Sia had no choice but to come over and extend a formal apology. Yi Yuan did not expect that it was actually this woman controlling everything at the back. What deep scheming! Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're of the divine race." At that time, Yi Yuan knew absolutely nothing about the divine race and did not detect Rong Sia's abnormality. Meeting again now, he recognized it with one look. This time, it was Rong Sia's turn to be surprised. She was first taken aback, and then she immediately smiled and said, "Sir actually knows about the divine race." Then Sia needs to reintroduce herself. Divine race's hidden lineage's divine daughter, Rong Sia, pays respect to Sir Yi. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Yu Mengli being captured was to be this whatever divine daughter. He did not expect that he would actually encounter another divine daughter. A surge of killing intent immediately gushed out. Rong Xie was rather surprised by Yi Yuan's reaction. It was still all right previously, but upon mentioning divine daughter, 2 words, Yi Yuan's expression immediately changed. Hidden lineage. Looks like the divine race being suppressed in the abyss world. Your hidden lineage escaped a calamity. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Rong Xie said in surprise, looks like Sir knows a lot about the divine race's secrets. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, not just know, but this he even almost killed the divine son and the profound lineage's 9th elder. Hope that you aren't so unlucky to end up in my hands this time. Rong Xie opened her mouth wide, a look of shock as she said, profound lineage's 9th elder. Impossible. The 9 elders are the strongest people in the race. With your strength, you can't even survive one move under his hands at all. Rong Xie naturally knew what kind of figures the 9 elders were. So in her view, Yi Yuan's boasting was a little too big. Yi Yuan said coolly, is that so? Isn't the 2 worlds PAS, Sageway about to link up soon? You can find 9 Origin to confirm it. See if I'm bragging or not. Also, you all have an ancestor called Dameld. An arm was cut off by me. I don't know where he ran to now. Rong Xie's face was full of shock. Those were all the divine race's legendary CLA's figures out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Especially Dameld. That was a peak powerhouse of the previous epoch. Absolutely not just anyone knew about these things. Furthermore, with her understanding of Yi Yuan, it was impossible for her to talk through her hat. Could it be that he really did it before? This was too scary. She drew a deep breath, her expression slightly awkward as she said, Sir, please follow me. Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie into the city, but discovered that the people in the city were few and far between. Furthermore, the people here were all very strange. A murderous aura faintly loomed on each person. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling something. These people are all from the Death Soul Gate? The Death Soul Gate is your divine race's organization? Yi Yuan suddenly paused his footsteps and asked. Rong Xie raised her eyebrows and praised. Really can't hide anything from Sir Yi. That's right. The Death Soul Gate was single-handedly established by our hidden lineage. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, in that case, the ones who attacked Heavenly Eagle back then and wanted to bring me away, those were your people too? Rong Xie did not hide it and nodded her head and said, that's right. It was single-handedly arranged by me. Yi Yuan's fury loomed, and he said in a cold voice, looks like this Ye's grudges with the divine race are really quite a lot. Rong Xie smiled sweetly and said, Sir Yi, rest assured. These grudges will be resolved very soon. Yi Yuan looked at her and said, looks like you're very confident in being able to keep this Yi here. Rong Xie smiled and said, in order to capture Sir, Xie paid a considerable price. If this can't keep Sir as well, Xie, this divine daughter can't carry on anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then let's wait and see. Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie and arrived at the City Lord Manor. Upon entering the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan detected that the nearby SPAC was already thoroughly confined, unable to teleport at all. It seemed like what Rong Xie said was right. She really schemed for a long time in order to deal with him. Arriving in the hall, an old man slowly came up and bowed to Rong Xie and said, Your Highness, divine daughter. Rong Xie nodded slightly and said, Uncle Song, Sir Yi has already been invited, but what surprised this divine daughter is that he actually understands our divine race very well. This makes things a little difficult for me. Uncle Song was slightly surprised and said, Since that's the case, kill and be done with it. Rong Xie shook her head and said, Sir Yi is someone who is born in response to the general trend of situation. He is bound to be part of that group of people who decides the heaven-span world's direction in the future. If such a person can be utilized by me, He should be a great aid to our divine race, trampling the heaven-span world. Sir Yi, do you know why I had to invite you over? Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said why. Rong Xie heaved a sigh and said, Actually, our mission is to take over the extreme nether Bodhidharma without a sound. But you rose too quickly, and you completely stirred up the waters of extreme nether Bodhidharma. Resulting to the current situation, the southern border became your world alone. The divine race's plans in the southern border were all disrupted by you alone. However, this divine daughter admires you greatly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I want to see Ning Tianping. Rong Xie smiled and said, Bluffed you. Ning Tianping isn't here at all. You can't see Ning Tianping. As long as you stay in Death's Soul Gate and do things for this divine daughter, he'll be fine all the way. But if you insist on opposing the divine race, then apologies. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Is that so? Then I wonder, Your Highness Divine Daughter's life and Ning Tianping's life, which is more valuable? He. Sir Yi really loves to joke around. You seem to have forgotten, this place is my territory. Rong Xie laughed until she shook with laughter. It was as if she heard a very hilarious joke. Immobilize. A cold cry came over. Rong Xie's laughter abruptly stopped. Yi Yuan rushed toward Rong Xie like an arrow that left the bow. But right at this time, Dao marks inside the hall glimmered, and they actually cracked Yi Yuan's heavenly Dao true word in an instant. Uncle Song's figure flashed and directly clashed with Yi Yuan. Behind him, Rong Xie kept giggling away and said, Sir Yi underestimates Xie too much. Your heavenly Dao true word is famous throughout the southern border. So how can Xie not guard against it? Without the heavenly Dao true word, you're like a tiger without teeth. I want to see how you'll capture this divine daughter. But right at this time, there was a blue blur before Uncle Song's eyes. It was only to see countless swords appear in front of him, filling the entire hall. Uncle Song's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, Sword formation. A sword formation formed with 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures. Chapter 2263. What you grasped was merely the past me. Chapter 2263. What you grasped was merely the past me. Within the hall, countless swords interwove to form a tight web, enveloping over toward Uncle Song. Empyrean spirit treasures were nothing in front of heavenly emperors. In fact, their casual blows could annihilate Empyrean spirit treasures. But a sword formation formed out of 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures was absolutely an unprecedentedly grand occasion. 1,000 absolute extinction sword formation, kill. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, soul force pouring out frantically, controlling the flying swords to charge toward Uncle Song. This was one of the trump cards that Yi Yuan prepared. After 7 years of enlightenment, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments already shocked even Deva Rel powerhouses. How powerful was the sword formation that he comprehended? This sword formation was formed by thousands of peak Empyrean spirit treasures. Its power was even more extraordinary. Presently, Yi Yuan sat on 60% of the southern border's profits, his wealth rivaling a nation. Before coming, he spent a huge sum of money and bought 1024 flying sword from the Myriad Treasure Tower in one go through Empyrean Flutterfeather. At that time, it scared Empyrean Flutterfeather badly. This trump card could be said to be Yi Yuan's strongest ace in the hole at the moment. This move fused Formation Dao Source and Sword Dao Source. The might of its power could already rival Heavenly Emperors. 1,000 flying swords turned into one streak of light after another 8-mark Heavenly Dao realm. How powerful was it? Dao marks glimmered indeterminately on Uncle Song's body, who already unleashed all of his abilities, attempting to rush out of the sword web. But he could not charge out at all. Although his attacks were powerful, this sword formation was like a quagmire. His strength was instantly cut into countless pieces. Formation Dao Source plus Sword Dao Source was not so easy to crack. If this move matched up against Empyreans, it was basically an instant kill. No matter how monstrous your strength was, there was also absolutely no possibility of surviving. In virtually an instant, a berserk power leveled the entire city, Lord Manor, to the ground. Heavenly Emperor-level battle was not what an Empyrean-level city Lord Manor could contend with at all. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, directly circling around Uncle Song and charging over toward Rongxie. It was quicker than words could convey. From Yi Yuan, suddenly making a move to releasing the sword formation, then to Yi Yuan's sneak attacking Rongxie, it was merely a matter of an instant. Rongxie thought that victory was within grasp, but did not expect that Yi Yuan broke through Uncle Song in a blink of an eye and arrived in front of her, scaring her until she turned pale from fear and turned tail and ran. However, Rongxie's contingency was clearly more than just this. In the instant the city Lord Manor turned to dust, three powerful to the extreme auras appeared once more, arriving with a howl. Three human Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. These three great Heavenly Emperors were all the Death Soul Gate's upper echelons, all summoned by Rongxie to deal with Yi Yuan. But they had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan already struck first to gain the advantage. The nearby SPAC was sealed off. They were unable to teleport over and instead had Yi Yuan take the initiative. Getting caught in one's own trap was talking about this, right? But Heavenly Emperors were Heavenly Emperors after all. With the three people's speed, they were swift to the extreme, virtually plussing over in a blink of an eye. The three people each unleashed a big move. Terrifying power directly sent the houses within a radius of several miles, all flying. Three great Heavenly Emperors relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, attacking the key points that Yi Yuan must defend, only to strive for a bit of time. Yi Yuan was in SPAC and unable to save himself at all. He could only forcefully withstand this blow. But right then, a golden bow suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. The momentum in the field changed again. An aura of great Tao made the group of Heavenly Emperors change expressions abruptly. Tao artifact. The three great Heavenly Emperors as well as Rongxie were all extremely shocked when they saw the limitless killing bow. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation, crying out loudly, "Sword come!" Bow arched, sword notched. A terrifying surge of power instantly thrashed out. Presently, Yi Yuan already broke through to become an 8th firmament Empyrean. His divine essence reserve was more than 10 times stronger compared to before. The power of this arrow was also formidable to the extreme. What was even more fatal was that the three great Heavenly Emperors were too close to Yi Yuan. In the past, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I was several million miles away and was even seriously injured by this arrow, let alone these three people. It was only to hear a loud bang. The three great Heavenly Emperors spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figures directly being blasted flying out. But Yi Yuan borrowed the recoil force and flew even faster towards Rongxie. Heretic dragon dominating SPAC, only to hear a dragon roar. The spirit of a true dragon suddenly descended, a foot stepping down. Rumble. Rongxie hurriedly turned around to block, but with her strength, how could she be Yi Yuan's match? This foot directly kicked her until she spewed fresh blood wildly. Yi Yuan hurriedly caught up, hands moving like lightning, thoroughly sealing Rongxie away before letting out a long sigh in relief. From him, making a move until now, merely 2 breaths of time said. Everything developed too quickly. Yi Yuan virtually used all of his trump cards in an instant, trapping the divine race, defeating Heavenly Emperors, imprisoning the divine daughter. All of the actions were completed in one go. Yi Yuan dispelled the sword formation, his entire person already like he was hauled out of the water, long already drenched completely. These 2 breaths of time practically exhausted all of his strength. Rongxie looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, her face not daring to believe it. How'd he do it? An Empyrean realm powerhouse defeated 4 Heavenly Emperor experts in a blink of an eye and captured her. This sort of thing was really too inconceivable. Uncle Song looked at the ghastly wounds on his body and drew a cold breath. A human Empyrean used a sword formation and hurt him. Before this, Her Highness Divine Daughter said that one must not lower their guard when dealing with Yi Yuan, and they had to bet it all on one throw. Hence, Rong Xie redeployed 3 of the Death's Old Gates, Heavenly Emperor experts from various places. Toward Rong Xie's way of doing things, he still felt very disdainful at that time. Just a mere Empyrean brat, with him around, was it worth kicking up such a big fuss over nothing? However, Rong Xie told him that the clan was currently in need of manpower. Otherwise, she would deploy Second Firmament Heavenly Emperors, even Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses over. But earlier, Yi Yuan used 2 breaths of time to tell him that their kicking up of a fuss was still not enough. This human was completely different from the humans in his impression. I still underestimated you. Your strength improved too quickly, Rong Xie said with a bitter smile. She had always paid a lot of attention to Yi Yuan, and she could be said to know all about him. Yi Yuan made a grand display of invincible might at the southern border, fighting until the Southern Border Alliance threw away their helmet and coat of mail in utter disarray. So how could she be unaware? Spatial law, heavenly doubt, true word, so on and so forth, she knew all about it. Therefore, she made meticulously done preparations to lure Yi Yuan over this time. But it still failed. Yi Yuan captured her alive under the besiegement of 4 great heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan's terrifying sword formation as well as Dao artifact far exceeded her expectations. She wanted to capture Yi Yuan, but she did not expect to throw herself in. Yi Yuan's palm pressed at the back of Rong Xie, and he said calmly, "Actually, before I came, I didn't have confidence either. But after seeing you, I felt confident in my heart. You want to show off in front of me and wash away the humiliation of yesteryear. You thought that you grasped everything and understood everything about me, but you don't know that my strength is improving every minute, every second. What you grasped was merely the past me." Chapter 2264, Secret of the Divine Race. Chapter 2264, Secret of the Divine Race. Someone like you is too dangerous. Looks like I shouldn't have thought about soliciting you. Rong Xie's face was full of bitter smiles. Her estimation of Yi Yuan was already as high as possible. One could say that even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse would find it hard to escape her control too. But who could have thought that a measly Empyrean defeated 4 great Heavenly Emperors in an instant, and took her prisoner? Too late. Bring me to go find Ning Tianping. Yi Yuan said coolly. Rong Xie shook her head and said, "I've already imprisoned him in the clan. You can detain me here and have Uncle Song bring him here." He wanted to use Ning Tianping to blackmail Yi Yuan, and then to render him for her use. Therefore, she had the idea of imprisoning Ning Tianping long-term and send him to the clan. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "No need. I'll go together with you all." Rong Xie's gaze turned sharp, and she said in a cold voice, "Impossible. My hidden lineage has been living in seclusion for as long as 1,000,000,000,000 years. No outsider has ever gone in before. If you go, I'll be the hidden lineage's sinner." But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "There's always an exception. Since your hidden lineage has already come out of seclusion, how long more can you remain hidden? At this point, going or not isn't up to you anymore." Finished talking, Yi Yuan tapped on Rong Xie's back. The latter involuntarily opened her mouth, and Yi Yuan directly threw a medicinal pill in. "You." Rong Xie looked at Yi Yuan with a look of shock and anger. "This medicinal pill is called Adversity Life-Chasing Pill. It is a poison that I specially refined. This poison is akin to bone-festering maggots. It will burrow into every inch of your flesh after entering the body, unable to be purged at all. Furthermore, after your body is completely necrotic, it will even take effect on your divine soul, making your soul disintegrate, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. You should know my alchemy Tao strength. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try," Yi Yuan said coolly. Making Rong Xie swallow the poison, Yi Yuan did not care about her anymore. Her life and death was already in his control. Rong Xie smiled coldly and said, "You think that I'll be threatened by you? Even if I die, I also won't bring you to the clan." Yi Yuan stared at Rong Xie, looking until the latter felt her hair stand on end. Suddenly, Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Looks like you still haven't given up. Your divine race only has one divine son and one divine daughter for every lineage. They are all existences that will become 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above in the future. Your divine race, you are few in population to begin with. Even though you've recuperated and built up energy for many years, it's probably less than 1/10,000th of the human race too, right? I wonder how great an impact a divine daughter dying will have on your hidden lineage. If there was no battle with Nine Origin, Yi Yuan also would not know so many things about the divine race. Divine sons and divine daughters were extremely hard to come by. They could be said to be the lineage's future. Some inklings of this could be seen from Nine Origin's attitude toward Yu Mengli. Therefore, Yi Yuan was certain that the hidden lineage definitely would not sit idly by and watch Rong Xie die. Sure enough, Rong Xie's expression turned stiff, and she was immediately like a ball that deflated. "All right, you win," Yi Yuan said. "I also want another person. Li Xiaoqing should be a member of the Death Soul Gate, right?" This sky-famed great imperial capital already became the headquarters of the Death Soul Gate. Very clearly, Li Xiaoqing was a member of the Death Soul Gate. In fact, Yi Yuan suspected that Mo Li Fei and Li Xiaoqing's grudge back then was sowed when the Death Soul Gates moved out back then. Mo Li Fei died, his Tao dissipating, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul and escaping. Rong Xie nodded and said, "Uncle Song, you take care of this matter." Uncle Song was helpless and could only comply. Middle Realm, Windry's great imperial capital. This was a great imperial capital under Heavenly Emperor Xian's command, a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was incomparably fleuries. I+ing. Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie and arrived at the busiest inn in Windry's great imperial capital, arriving at the best room. Rong Xie took out a jade ornament and pushed the door and entered. Yi Yuan felt himself pass through a thin membrane, and it was another world in front of him. This scene made Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder. Capable people hope to rely on the surrounding environment to forget about worldly affairs, well-deserving of being the hidden lineage, indeed have a knack. Yi Yuan marveled with admiration. With his spatial law and formation Tao attainments, he did not even discover that a small world was hidden behind this door. Most likely, it was even less likely for the Heavenspan world's major powers to know that the powerful divine race was hidden right under their eyelids. Rong Xie shot him a glare and said in a chilly voice, "For 1,000,000,000 years, you're the first human to enter this place. But you don't be happy too early as well. The small world's entrance changes frequently. Since you entered, this entrance won't open anymore in the future. Your divine race is so powerful. Why would there be a hidden lineage like you all?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Although the divine race is powerful, propagation is too difficult. Many powerhouses completely don't have progenies after living for 1,000,000,000 years. In order to maintain the propagation of the race, an ancestor of our divine race proposed to start another lineage outside of the 8 lineages, which is the hidden lineage. The significance of our hidden lineage's existence is for the sake of the propagation of the race. Rong Xie did not conceal it either, as she said. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked, "Propagation? Isn't it very difficult for your divine race to propagate? Could it be that starting an independent lineage can multiply?" Rong Xie gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Our divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Apart from our own propagation, there's still a portion that comes from the Heavenspan world's various races. Human race, demon race, fiend race, and other races all have an extremely small chance of giving birth to a divine race member. It's just that this chance is far too low. Some people won't even awaken all their life. Our hidden lineage's mission is to find these people and make them awaken, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. Back then, when you returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, My divine race bloodline had just awakened not long and was chosen to be the hidden lineage's divine daughter. That's why my strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing what Rong Xie said, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Rong Xie was very surprised too. In her impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and composed. Even when facing the besieging of 4 great heavenly emperors, his expression did not change too. What was with this now? How can it be? How can it be? Yi Yuan muttered to himself, battered out of his senses. What's wrong with you? Rong Xie asked curiously. Yi Yuan trembled all over. Grabbing hold of Rong Xie, he asked fiercely, could it be that divine race powerhouses will also be born in small worlds? Rong Xie nodded and said, that's of course. Although this chance is extremely, extremely low, in a trillion small worlds, the living things can't even be calculated in quadrillions. Such a large cardinal number. There will naturally be countless divine race powerhouses born every day. It's just that in small worlds, the lifespan of martial artists is too short. And our divine race's numbers are scarce, are energy limited, and are simply unable to attend to it. Otherwise, how can our divine race's status be what the human race can shake? Crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints clenched until they creaked, his entire body trembling. He had always been curious why Nine Origin would settle on Yu Mengli and choose her as divine daughter. It turned out that Li was actually really a member of the divine race. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt lost, his entire person like it was drained empty. Chapter 2265. Who was more lowly? Chapter 2265. Who was more lowly? Yi Yuan and Li had always marched forward hand in hand, and he naturally knew her background. He completely did not believe that Li was part of the divine race. She was clearly a human. So how could she possibly become a divine daughter of the divine race? But Rong Xie's words completely subverted Yi Yuan's understanding. Soul and flesh fusing into one? Could it be soul and flesh fusing into one? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth and said, that's right, a distinguished H.I. Plusing trait of the divine race is soul and flesh unification. But the compatibility of soul and flesh unification is different. The physique will be different too, and the cultivation potential will also be different. The higher the compatibility, the more one can get heavenly Tao's recognition, and the faster the cultivation speed too. The divine race doesn't cultivate the world. We only cultivate heavenly Tao. Seek off. Rong Xie said. Suddenly, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, choking Rong Xie's neck firmly. An unrestrained, killing intent instantly burst forth. What dogs? H.I. plus T divine race. You all are merely humans too. It's just that the cultivation method you cultivate is different. Having a high and mighty appearance all day long. Do you think that you're very impressive? If I want to kill you, it's the same as killing a dog. See, cough, cough. Let go of me. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were blood red. A berserk killing intent pressured Rong Xie until she was virtually unable to breathe. She did not understand why Yi Yuan would suddenly become like this. A berserk killing intent billowed to the sky, alarming the powerhouses in the small world very quickly. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful auras appeared at the entrance area. They were shockingly all 8 marks, heavenly Tao realm divine race powerhouses. When everyone saw a human actually clutching the neck of divine daughter, with a murderous look, they could not help being alarmed and furious. A divine race powerhouse said in a chilly voice, insolence. A lowly human dares to act atrociously on my divine race's territory? Quickly let go of her highness divine daughter. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial ground. One powerful aura after another locked onto Yi Yuan firmly. As long as he acted rashly without careful consideration, they would immediately kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at that 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. That was just an initial stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm, his strength similar to Uncle Song. Lowly human? Ho! Divine race's major power. Let this he take a look at how much capability you have to dare talk wildly like so. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Over 1,000 flying swords instantly came out. Russ. I. Plussing over towards that divine race powerhouse. In virtually an instant, that divine race powerhouse was swept into the sword formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yi Yuan controlled the flying swords, transforming them into a sword rain that filled the entire sky, rending apart frantically. When the other divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was wildly in shock. An Empyrean realm human actually fought with the divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses until neither could gain the upper hand. What a powerful sword formation! What thick divine essence! Such as Stony's. I. Plussing soul force. There is still such a powerful existence among humans. How is it possible? Our divine race is the supreme race among the heaven-span world's myriad races. How can a lowly human possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan's realm was naturally beneath their notice, but the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made them all draw cold breaths. If Yi Yuan was in the same realm as them, killing them would merely be a matter of raising a hand. No need to be in the same realm. Even if it was a realm lower, they also did not dare say that they could be Yi Yuan's match. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was this formidable, powerful until it made these divine race powerhouses endlessly terrified too. Suddenly, the few of them exchanged a look, all revealing a hint of killing intent. But at this time, Rongxia finally caught her breath and hurriedly yelled, "Clan elders, you mustn't kill him." A late-stage, 8 marks, heavenly Tao realm, powerful existence frowned and said, "Your Highness Divine Daughter, what happened? Why did you bring a human to the false divine world?" Rongxia bit her lips lightly and said with a bitter smile, "Uncle Ming, he's called Yi Yuan. He's a human alchemy Tao powerhouse. I originally set up a trap, wanting to solicit him. Who knew that he actually captured me alive under the pincer attacks of Uncle Song and 3 human heavenly emperors. Now, I'm inflicted with his poison and can only be at his whims." What? Those divine race powerhouses all cried out in surprise, their faces not daring to believe it. Uncle Ming said in shock, "For rank 8 powerhouses. There's even a divine race among them. How did he do it?" Heavenly emperors were invincible. This was not just common knowledge in the human world. It was similarly the common view of the divine race. It was impossible for 7 marks heavenly Tao realm to defeat 8 marks heavenly Tao realm. Even if it was a divine son or divine daughter, it would not work either. Yi Yuan rivaling an 8 marks heavenly Tao realm was already sufficiently shocking. But Rongxia said that he captured Rongxia alive under the pincer attacks of 4 great heavenly emperors. This battle achievement was seriously too astonish. I plussing. At this time, an old figure slowly walked out. Rongxia's expression changed, and she bowed down. Xia admits her error and asks 3rd Elder Rufeng for punishment. This old person was the rank 3rd powerhouse among the hidden clan's 9 elders. "Your Highness Divine Daughter, you were too reckless this time," Rufeng said. Rongxia nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Xia will ask for punishment from head elder." But Rufeng's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze radiating a brilliant light. Clearly, this human's power greatly exceeded his understanding. Yi Yuan's battle with the divine race powerhouse. The scales were already gradually leaning toward Yi Yuan's side. Under the frenzied attacks of Yi Yuan's sword formation, the other party's strength was already somewhat faltering. Defeat, or even being killed, was something inevitable. In the battle with Uncle Song previously, Yi Yuan's sword formation only wanted to trap him, and he did not deploy full strength. Furthermore, at that time, Yi Yuan was multitasking, and he also had a large amount of energy held up. It was naturally impossible to go all out. But even so, Uncle Song was still injured. But now, under Yi Yuan's sullen anger, his combat strength was fearsome to the extreme, completely unleashed. I, plusing the power of the 1,000 absolute extinction sword formation without holding back in the slightest. How was Stony's? I. Plusing was the power? Ru Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a clear voice, "Young friend, please stop. We can talk things through." Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Instead, his mind stirred and the power of the sword formation became even stronger. Ru Feng gave a cold snort, pointed a finger out. Dao marks flashed. A terrifying power, A.S., Salt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently going crazy when suddenly alarm bells went off, and he hurriedly urged the sword formation to block. A myriad sword lights coiled around before barely managing to block this burst of power. It was also Ru Feng who did not dare to overly offend Yi Yuan. Otherwise, his one strike, Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. The sword formation dispelled. The pressure on that divine race powerhouse eased up, and intense pain came from his body. At this time, the clothing on his body was long already shredded into ribbons by the sword lights. He was covered in bleeding wounds from head to toe. Although it was not fatal, the injuries were not light either. Realizing Ru Feng was there, that divine race powerhouse could not help turning red. He, an exalted divine race's 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouses, actually lost to a human Empyrean realm martial artist. This matter would probably become a standing joke in the clan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sneer, "Divine race's powerhouse, you're a major realm higher than me, but you can't even beat me, this lowly human. If I am so, then what are you considered then?" That divine race powerhouse wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Yi Yuan's words were really too sarcastic. Chapter 2266, Bullying the Divine Race for Having No One. Chapter 2266, Bullying the Divine Race for Having No One. Face slapping. A blatant face slapping. Yi Yuan viciously dealt a slap in front of a group of divine race 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouses. The divine race was incomparably proud and completely did not place other races in their sights. But now, there was a human that they looked down on who jumped a major realm and defeated a divine race powerhouse. What else was more ironic than this? Ru Feng's expression was very ugly, and he endured his anger as he said, "This young friend, no matter how heaven-defying you are, you're also merely just at the Empyrean realm. It's still not your turn to come and act wildly in my divine clan." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, "You're one of the 9 hidden clan elders, right? Stop posing in front of this Yi. It's not like this Yi hasn't exchanged blows with someone like you before. Wasn't he still forcefully knocked down a major realm by me and almost died?" Yi Yuan was not someone who liked to flaunt his prowess, but his heart was currently very tumultuous, with his belly full of evil fire with nowhere to give vent. He needed to find an outlet to vent out. The divine race was the best relief outlet, let alone that what he said was the truth. Even if it was the 9 elders, what qualifications did they have to posture in front of him? When he fought with Nine Origin was at his peak state, but was forcefully knocked down a major realm by Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's strength was no idea how many times stronger than that time, at the risk of seriously damaging his small world, it was not like he had no chance of finesse. Plussing Ru Feng off. How exalted was Ru Feng's status? When had he been opposed by people like this before? He gave a cold snort and said angrily, "Brat, it's got to go through your head when you're bragging too. If not for having misgivings with regards to Divine Daughter, you'd already be a dead man now. Come in, bring that imprisoned human here." "No need, I'll go personally," Yi Yuan said coldly. Ru Feng said in a cold voice, "No way. How can my hidden clan's sacred land be blasphemed by you, a human?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not up to you." Ru Feng was angered until his beard billowed, and he glared as he said furiously, "Brat, don't think too highly of yourself. Could it be that you think my divine race doesn't have alchemists?" Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "I'll give you a chance. You bring Rong Xie to go and detoxify the poison, and I'll go and meet Ning Tianping. If you can resolve Rong Xie's poison, What's the harm in me and Ning Tianping staying here? Arrogant. Showing contempt. Yi Yuan was bullying the divine race for having no one. Ru Feng said with a cold smile. Ignorant and impudent. This old man will let you die wholeheartedly convinced. Kong Ming, you bring this boy to go meet that human. I'll bring divine daughter to go detoxify the poison. Kong Ming bowed and said, Yes, third elder. Rongxia looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not knowing why he would suddenly have a great change in temperament. She could feel that Yi Yuan was extremely averse toward the divine race. Furthermore, he had even fought with divine race powerhouses before. Could it be that he had his closed ones die in the hands of the divine race? Sending Yi Yuan away with his eyes, Ru Feng said to Rongxia, This brat's arrogance is even greater than his strength. This old man hasn't had killing intent aroused for so many years. It's the first time today. Rongxia smiled bitterly and said, He originally wasn't like this. No idea why just now he suddenly became like this. Ru Feng waved his hand and said, Doesn't matter anymore. Either way, he's already a dead man. Come, go with me to detoxify the poison. After talking, Ru Feng brought Rongxia and returned to the clan. The divine race had many alchemy powerhouses too. Logically speaking, Rongxia should be very confident. But no idea why, she kept feeling that it would not be so easy. For Yi Yuan to dare come with her, it showed that he was very confident in this poison. Was Yi Yuan's alchemy strength really even more formidable than those 8 marks powerhouses in the clan? A hidden clan's medicinal hut. It was the place where the hidden clan's alchemy path powerhouses normally studied medicinal pills. The divine race's alchemy path was a unique school of thought, but they were mostly from various races. Hence, the essence of alchemy path was mostly the same. At this time, inside the medicinal hut, the hidden clan's numerous 8-star alchemy DS were gathered together, planning on detoxifying Rongxia's poison. Even though Yi Yuan considered everything and everyone beneath his notice, his strength was placed there. Ru Feng really did not dare to underestimate. Therefore, those he called over were all the hidden clan's alchemy big shots. Lin Yi, you're the most proficient in detoxifying poison. You help divine daughter to take a look. Ru Feng said to an old man. The old man nodded slightly and said with disdain, Leave it to me, a human Empyrean realm child. What powerful poison can he refine? Third elder, I think that you can go and execute that punk right now. I heard that that punk was very arrogant. Ru Feng frowned and said, Better take a look first. Divine daughter said that this boy is very formidable. It is best to be careful. Lin, he had a disdainful look and placed his hand on Rongxia's wrist, and he started reading her pulse. Everyone quietened down, casting their gazes toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face originally had a look of contempt, but gradually, even he did not notice that his look of disdain gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a solemn expression on his face. Following that, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, becoming heavily wrinkled. The mood of the surrounding crowd also became increasingly more tense along with his brows. How can it be? How can it be? Lin Yu repeatedly shook his head and said. Seeing Lin, he let go. Even though he knew that there was no hope, Ru Feng still asked, How is it? Lin, he shook his head and said, This poison is so formidable. This old man can't cure it. This toxicity has already fused into one with Her Highness Divine Daughter's fleshly body. Unless Her Highness Divine Daughter abandons her fleshly body, otherwise, there's no way to cure it at all. At this time, an old man who was sitting at the side said with a disbelieving look, What a joke. Can there still be a poison that can't be cured in this world? No matter how powerful the poison, there's a method to cure it. After talking, he also started to diagnose Rongxia's condition. When Lin Yi saw this, he said, Zhao Qing's medicinal path is extremely strong. He might have a way. Ru Feng nodded his head and could only wait for Zhao Qing's diagnosis. But the change in expression on his face was virtually cut from the same cloth as Lin Yi's. Finally, it turned into a long sigh, and he shook his head and said, This poison, this old man can't cure it. Rufeng naturally did not give up, and had these alchemy experts take turns to diagnose Rongxie. But the final outcome was exactly the same. Toward this poison, they were all at a loss on what to do. In the beginning, Rufeng was still BRIMMING with confidence. But later, he finally understood how terrifying this poison was. The poison that a human Empyrean refined. No one in the entire hidden lineage could cure it. He was previously still pledging in all solemnity in front of Yi Yuan, who knew that he had his face slapped in a blink of an eye. Rongxie's expression also dimmed. But compared to the rest, she was mentally prepared long ago. Having these people look was merely looking for psychological comfort. She knew that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were already hiked to a sky-high price in the southern border. The price was even higher than Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasures. Even rank 8 divine pills were not as valuable as Yi Yuan's medicinal pills too. How could the poison that such an alchemy expert refined be easy to resolve? If it was really easy to cure, would Yi Yuan be silly enough to take the initiative to come to the hidden clan with her? Rufeng's expression was very dark. At the thought of Yi Yuan's gloating face, he almost wanted to vomit blood. He gathered the alchemy powerhouses in the entire clan, attempting to slap Yi Yuan's face, who knew that in the end, he was slapped resoundingly. Chapter 2267. Taken Down. Chapter 2267. Taken Down. Seeing Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan's anger that had just subsided surged up with a whoosh again. The current Ning Tianping was nailed onto a cross by 4 nails. The 4 nails emitted powerful undulations. They were clearly not ordinary objects. Ning Tianping was covered in blackish-red bloodstains from top to bottom, without an intact spot. Feeling the murderous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body, Kong Ming went on alert. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's strength. Once this boy went berserk, he would really be not easy to handle. However, Yi Yuan did not explode. Instead, he walked in front of Ning Tianping step by step and pulled off the nails on his 4 limbs. Yi Yuan carried him on his back and slowly walked out. Seeing this scene, Kong Ming's heart eased up slightly. Luckily, this brat knew to be scared. Leaving the dungeon, Kong Ming said, "Now that the person is already handed to you, you can go and remove the poison in Divine Daughter's body already, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned. Kong Ming was startled inwardly, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Ah! Inside the dungeon, a series of tragic cries suddenly came over. Kong Ming's expression changed wildly, and he yelled angrily, "When did you aim in it?" He rushed in to take a look. Miserable screams lingered in the ears inside the dungeon. Countless flying swords were wandering around inside the dungeon. The flying swords seemed to have eyes, killing people on sight. There was no way to avoid them at all. In just this short while, the guards and prisoners inside the dungeon were already pretty much dead. 1,000 over flying swords. How many were there to be enough for Yi Yuan to kill? Below Heavenly Emperor, no one could block Yi Yuan's 1 sword at all. In a blink, Yi Yuan killed off the divine race members inside the dungeon, sparing none. When he just came out, Yi Yuan quietly hid the flying swords inside the void with a spatial mystic art. With Kong Ming's spatial attainments, he was unable to detect it at all. After they came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan suddenly activated his sword formation and killed off all the people in the dungeon in a blink of an eye. Finish Ma. Sakering. The flying swords flew out of the dungeon obediently. Kong Ming gave an angry roar and bellowed, "Impudent thing! Do you really take it that this old man doesn't dare to kill you?" The divine race's members. Each one was extremely precious. The hidden lineage had searched in the Heavenspan world for no idea how many years, and they were very meticulous and careful, akin to treading on thin ice. That was how they acquired such a number of powerhouses. What a terrific fellow! Yi Yuan killed several hundred clan members in one go. So how could Kong Ming not be furious? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about that. With the likes of you, you really don't have this ability." Just take this today as a bit of interest. My scores with your divine race still have yet to be settled. Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step and directly shuttled into the void. Kong Ming's gaze turned intent, his expression becoming incomparably ugly as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What profound spatial law! This boy's means are really a lot." Done talking, his figure moved, chasing after. Yi Yuan arrived in the clan, but he just happened to see Ru Feng bringing Rongxie out. As for the rest, they had already left respectively. Yi Yuan had a cold look, carrying Ning, Tianping, and walking by them, heading straight in the direction of the medicinal hut. Ru Feng could not help choking. This boy directly treated them as heir. Suddenly, Ru Feng was startled and said, "Where's Kong Ming?" His voice had yet to fade when Kong Ming rushed over, his expression ugly as he said, "Third elder, this brat he—" Ru Feng's face fell and he said, "What did he do?" He secretly hid flying swords in the void. After we exited the dungeon, he released the flying swords and killed all of the clan members in the dungeon. Kong Ming said with uncontrollable rage. "What?" Everyone cried out in shock. Immediately, Ru Feng's fury billowed to the sky. A powerful to the extreme pressure enveloped Yi Yuan firmly. "Boy, could it be that you really take it that this elder doesn't dare to kill you?" His figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path as he said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance. A strange curve suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth. Not knowing why, Ru Feng's heart suddenly thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. While right at this time, a young man dressed in the appearance of a medicine boy ran over and exclaimed in alarm, "Third elder, things are bad. Master he's poisoned." As that medicine boy said, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from his body. Then he fell to the ground, convulsing endlessly. Before long, he kicked the bucket. Seeing this scene, Ru Feng only felt a chill run down his back. The medicine boy's master was none other than precisely Lin Yi. Lin Yi was poisoned. Before he could react, another medicine boy ran over, and he said roughly the same words as the one before. In a blink, he also fell to the ground and croaked. Ru Feng's head suddenly exploded and he roared angrily at Yi Yuan. "What the L did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Those who take the adversity, life-chasing pill, every inch of their skin and flesh will be poisoned from head to toe, and she will become a source of poison. For those who have had physical contact with her before, the poison will spread to that person through the skin. And once it spreads, the toxicity will become 100 times stronger than the poison source. Furthermore, the toxicity will spread through heaven and earth spiritual energy. You rest assured with the physique of the divine race. Middle stage, 8 marks heavenly Tao realm, and above will be fine. But for those below, this was akin to a sledgehammer SMAs. Plussing onto Ru Feng's chest. He suddenly came to a realization. Yi Yuan was deliberately provoking him previously, making him find people to cure Rongxie's poison. It was for this very moment right now. The toxicity could spread through heaven and earth spiritual energy. Furthermore, it was colorless and tasteless. Even a powerhouse like Lin, he did not notice it. This poison was simply too terrifying. This elder will kill you." Ru Feng roared angrily and was about to make a move and kill. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Each additional second you delay here, the hidden lineage will have many more people die. Moreover, if you have confidence in curing the poison, you can very well take action." Rumble. Ru Feng's palm smacked down SMAs. Plussing a large pit beside Yi Yuan, dirt and soil flying everywhere. Yi Yuan's eyelids did not even bat. He just looked at Ru Feng indifferently. Ru Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Done talking, his figure moved, vanished. Plussing from where he was. Yi Yuan was expressionless, continuing forward, walking in the direction of the medicinal hut. To Yi Yuan, he could find the whereabouts of the medicinal hut, even if he closed his eyes. Rongxie's complexion was ashen pale. Only then did she know how terrifying of a figure Yi Yuan was. Her brain must have short-circuited to provoke an existence like this. At the behest of supernatural powers, she followed Yi Yuan to the medicinal hut. Yi Yuan entered the medicinal hut, placed Ning Tianping on the table, and started looking for spirit medicines inside the medicinal hut with familiarity, like in his own home. Ning Tianping's injuries were severe, very severe. Those 4 nails were 4 Empyrean spirit treasure-level treasures, continuously wrecking and torturing Ning Tianping. But it would not let him die. Ning Tianping hung in there with one breath all the way until now. Luckily, it was Yi Yuan. If it were others, even if they rescued Ning Tianping, he would be a dead man too. However, with Yi Yuan's means, bringing him back to life also needed to expend considerable effort. Fortunately, spirit medicines were the least lacking in the medicinal hut. Yi Yuan started nursing Ning Tianping's injuries with utmost care. Chapter 2268. One Person Suppressing the Divine Race. Chapter 2268. One Person Suppressing the Divine Race. Why, Your Excellency? Why are you here? When Ning Tianping opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably surprised. He was about to struggle and get up, but Yi Yuan hurriedly held him down and said sternly, "Lie down properly. Don't move." Ning Tianping just woke up. The injuries on his body were still far from well. This time, Ning Tianping was severely injured and was only hanging in there with one breath. It was naturally impossible to get well quickly. When he saw Rong Xie, Ning Tianping realized what happened very soon. Ning Tianping's expression dimmed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, I caused trouble for you." He came to take revenge for his master this time, who knew that he burrowed into the Death Soul Gate's sphere of influence all of a sudden. Mo Li Fei also got killed in order to protect him. After he was captured by Rong Xie, he was grilled endlessly. They wanted to dig out more information about Yi Yuan, but he did not say a single word. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's good that you're fine. Now, let's avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges." Suddenly, Ning Tianping discovered Rong Xie by the side. This shock was by no means trivial. "Your Excellency, she's of the divine race. This place is the divine race's hidden lineage's small world. You don't need to worry. They are very busy right now," Yi Yuan said coolly. While talking, the front door of the medicinal hut was pushed open. Ru Feng walked in with a grim expression. Clearly, he had bustled around for the greater part of a day and finally controlled the spread of the poison. He expended a Herculean effort and completely froze the entire hidden lineage's heaven and earth spiritual energy. That was how he controlled and curbed the poison's infectiousness ability. Apart from this, he had no other way. It was just that like this could only treat the symptoms and not the root. In the end, he could only beg Yi Yuan. Only after this struggle did Ru Feng realize how terrifying this poison was. In just a short while, the speed of the poison spread far exceeded his expectations. Even though the divine race was few in population, the hidden lineage had gone through countless years of ACCU emulation. There were still a considerable number of divine race powerhouses residing in this small world. His reaction was already very fast, but there were still thousands of clan members who died. Powerhouses whose strength reached 7 Mark's heavenly Tao realm could barely manage to hang in there and not die. But they could not hold on for too long either. As for 8 Mark's heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, even though the poison could not kill them, they would probably have to spend the remainder of their lives with this poison. The vast majority of their energy would have to be put on suppressing the toxicity. This poison was too fierce. "Boy, hand over the antidote," Ru Feng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Is this your attitude of pleading with people? If I were to give you the antidote, wouldn't it make me seem very lowly?" Ru Feng discovered that this boy was like a hedgehog, unable to chomp down at all. The hidden lineage had lived in seclusion here for countless years and had always been calm and tranquil. But this punk came for less than a day and turn the entire hidden lineage upside down. The crux was that he could not even do anything to this guy. How aggravating. Although killing Yi Yuan was easy, once this toxicity spread, the entire small world would probably become a death zone. At that time, there could only be them, these high-level 8 marks heavenly Tao realms, remaining. Ru Feng gritted his teeth, his tone finally turning gentle as he said, "Young friend Yi, this little friend's matter, we're very sorry. After this matter pass, SCS, I'll definitely think of ways to compensate you. Please hand the antidote to me." When he said this, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Who was he? One of the hidden lineage's 9 elders. How revered was his status? He was actually being so soft-spoken and submissive towards a human. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Tone is still a little curt, but it can already sink in. However, you're not qualified enough yet." Ru Feng's face changed, and he said in a chilly voice, "Boy, don't you reach for a yard after taking an inch." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Have had Elder come. He's barely qualified enough." Ru Feng's expression changed wildly, and he said in alarm and anger, "How exalted is head elder status? It's impossible for him to come and apologize to you." Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "Then you can kill me right now. With these tens of millions of divine race members being buried with me, it will be a break-even situation for us brothers. Also, you can rest assured about one thing, you definitely won't find the antidote on my body." Several tens of millions of divine race members sounded like a lot, but when compared to the human race and demon race, it was a single hair strand from 9 oxen. Ru Feng wished to pounce forward and choke this guy to death. How much effort did their hidden lineage expend before ACCU? Mutilating this bit of sets? Yi Yuan killed all of them with poison in one go. Of course, there was still one way, which was total migration. But right now, at this juncture, the human race's major powers were already waiting for a chance to cause trouble. Such a large-scale migration, there was no way to avoid their eyes and ears at all. At that time, it was still the outcome of death. Before this, Ru Feng completely would not have thought that the exalted divine race would actually have to lower their heads to a human. Humans should prostrate at their feet. Ru Feng's face flickered indeterminately. Suddenly, he gave a cold snort, turned around, and left. By the side, Rong Xie and Ning Tianping were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Such a supreme powerhouse did not even dare to let out a fart in front of Yi Yuan. Too terrifying. Ning Tianping thought that he was dead for sure this time. Who knew that the moment His Excellency came, he directly suppressed their entire divine race until they lowered their heads. Barring no accidents, Head Elder still had to come personally. Otherwise, if these tens of millions of divine race members died out, these heavenly emperors, would become lone generals without an army. But just as Ru Feng went to find Head Elder, Uncle Song detained Li Xiaoqing over. When Ning Tianping saw Li Xiaoqing, his 2 eyes spewed fire. Li Xiaoqing's complexion was ashen. When he saw Rong Xie, it was like he saw a straw to clutch at, directly hugging her leg and sobbing bitterly. "Holy daughter, save me. This lowly one has served the Death Soul Gate for several 100,000 years and made meritorious service in work. You can't leave me in the lurch." Li Xiaoqing completely did not know about whatever divine race. Rong Xie's ident. 1. Tai on the surface was the Death Soul Gate's holy daughter. Rong Xie smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I'm not saving you, but I can't even fend for myself right now. You hope for the best." After talking, she turned toward Yi Yuan. A cold light flashed. Yi Yuan sliced off a corner of the table. The sword moved like the wind, forming the appearance of a memorial tablet very soon. It was only to see his fingers move slightly and actually inscribed words onto the memorial tablet out of thin air. Finished carving, he placed the memorial tablet on the table and said to Li Xiaoqing, "Kneel down." Li Xiaoqing's face changed and looked towards the memorial tablet, only to see deceased master, Mo Li Fei's memorial tablet on it. Li Xiaoqing's entire person felt dizzy. He did not understand. It was just dealing with a brat who just entered the Empyrean realm. Why was he captured without rhyme or reason? Could it be that the powerful Death Soul Gate was actually scared of an Empyrean realm brat? Just the Death Soul Gate's heavenly emperor powerhouses were as many as more than a dozen. Thud! Li Zhaoqing did not have the least bit of hesitation, directly kneeling down. Kowtow and offer an apology. Yi Yuan said coldly, his words carrying a prestige that allowed no doubt. Why, Your Excellency, spare my life. I'll kowtow. I'll kowtow. Brother Mo, I was acting under orders. It really had nothing to do with me. As he said, Li Zhaoqing kowtowed frantically toward the memorial tablet without ceasing. Ning Tianping felt touched in his heart. If not for His Excellency, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime. Right? Chapter 2269. I Want a Lucky Chance. Chapter 2269. I Want a Lucky Chance. Hidden Lineage's head elder, Ji Ling, requests an audience with young friend Yi Yuan. Li Zhaoqing was currently kowtowing when a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Even though the person outside the door did not deliberately give off pressure, Li Zhaoqing could detect that the two auras outside were powerful to the extreme. This kind of existence was close to heavenly Tao. How could such characters be so respectful toward an Empyrean, not daring to even directly enter? Just who was this young man in front of him? Li Zhaoqing suddenly discovered that he provoked an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. He knew that he probably would not survive this time. Come in. Yi Yuan sat up straight and said coolly. An old man in white robes pushed the door and entered, his body emitting an aura that made people's hair stand on end. A peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm existence did not need to intentionally go and show anything and would have an imposing momentum close to heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the divine race's might. Peak existences like Ji Ling and Ru Feng were probably what even 1 or 2 human Deva first blight powerhouses could be a match for. However, the human race's powerhouses were too many. 1 cannot beat, 2 cannot beat, I could beat with 50, right? That was right. The number of heavenly emperors was indeed extremely few with regards to the entire human race. But the human race's numbers were put there. Even if a heavenly emperor emerged out of a billion people, the number of heavenly emperors was also not what the divine race could compare to. Ji Ling entered the door and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, Young friend Yi, the matter this time, it was my divine race that has affronted you. We're willing to compensate. We only request, young friend, Yi to lift your hand high up in mercy and hand the antidote to us. Li Zhaoqing's eyes went wide. At this time, with Ji Ling standing in front of him, the aura exuding off of his body virtually made him unable to lift his head. He was incomparably sure in his heart that this old man must be a late-stage heavenly emperor, terrifying existence. But such a powerhouse actually paid such solemn respects to an Empyrean, extending a formal apology. This scene seriously subverted his worldview too much. When could Empyreans be awesome to such a degree? Yi Yuan gave Ji Ling a glance and said coolly, Oh, wonder what head elder will use to compensate? Ji Ling clearly came prepared, saying, My hidden lineage has also stored some heavenly emperor spirit treasures these few years. If young friend Yi takes fancy on them, you can freely choose. Additional cultivation method, spirit medicines, divine essence stones, we can give compensation. Li Zhaoqing drew a cold breath. How great an enmity was this, to actually use heavenly emperor spirit treasures to pay it off? Furthermore, it was to be freely picked. When did heavenly emperor spirit treasures become so worthless? How could he know that the hidden lineage had lurked in the heaven-span world for a full epoch? The human powerhouses that they killed numbered G. Oh, D knows how many. Heavenly emperor spirit treasures this sort of thing. There was naturally quite a number ACC. Not enough. Yi Yuan was expressionless and just lightly spat out 2 words. Ji Ling's brows furrowed, and he said, Young friend Yi, this old man examined my conscience and felt that I'm already very sincere. Could it be that you're really going to force mutual destruction? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Your divine race's life is life. My brother's life isn't a life?" Ji Ling said, "But he didn't die." Yi Yuan said, "But his master died." Ji Ling was very disdainful in his heart. How could a lowly ant be mentioned in the same breath with the divine race? But now, he really had no way about it. This poison, he could not cure it. Ji Ling said, "What the hell? I do you want?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want a lucky chance." Ji Ling frowned and said, "The divine race's lucky chances, you can't force it." Yi Yuan said, "That doesn't need head elder to worry about. Also, don't keep on having a high and mighty appearance. What your divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. What my human race cultivates is also heavenly Tao. Moreover, in my eyes, your divine race is also nothing impressive. At least in front of me. You all don't have the capital to be high and mighty." Yi Yuan's words did not save the slightest bit of face. Ji Ling and Ru Feng's faces were both very ugly, but they could not find a word to refute it. A human Empyrean could jump over a major realm and defeat the divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao Rel powerhouse. What qualifications did they have to consider themselves superior in front of Yi Yuan? Ji Ling's brows furrowed even tighter. Pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine, this old man promises you. Now, you can hand over the antidote, right?" Yi Yuan did not say another word, taking out a bunch of powder from spirit medicines from his storage ring. Then, his fingers moved slightly. An incomparably complex array formation formed very quickly. Ji Ling's pupils constricted. This kind of inconceivable array formation, it was still his first time seeing. Below the array formation, a medicinal pill condensed and formed very quickly. Dissolve this medicinal pill in water and let those who are poisoned drink it. It will be able to suppress the toxicity and won't spread anymore, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ji Ling's brows furrowed, and he said, "Suppress the toxicity? What this old man wants is the antidote." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Does head elder take me to be a fool? Curing the poison now? Can I still walk out of here? Oh, forgot to tell you, the time that this medicinal pill can last is only 1 month. 1 month later, the toxicity will erupt once more. No need to be anxious. What I have is time. I'll be a guest here for a period of time." Ji Ling and Ru Feng almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This brat was still continuing to stay and not leaving. They had lived for countless tens of thousands of years. It was still their first time seeing someone who dared to be so arrogant in the divine clan. Yet, Yi Yuan had this confidence. These two people did not dare to dawdle either, immediately bringing the medicinal pill and going to resolve the poison. At this time, monstrous waves already stirred up in Li Zhaoqing's heart. Divine race? What race was this? Never heard before, but he seemed to have been this race's lackey these few years. He suddenly turned to Rong Xie and questioned, "You guys, who the hell are you all?" Rong Xie was expressionless as she said, "Don't you already know? We're of the divine race, the supreme divine race. In the future, we'll also be the divine race that destroys your human race." Li Zhaoqing's complexion was ashen, seemingly seeing a huge conspiracy. "Why, Your Excellency, I didn't know anything. It was all of them. Everything was all instigated by them." Li Zhaoqing repeatedly kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and complained tearfully. Yi Yuan was expressionless as he said coolly, "Is that so? While they are the ringleaders, have you never committed crimes before? These several hundreds of thousands of years, how many people have died at your hands? Mo Li Fei's entire family died at your hands. Even my brother almost died at your hands. Do you feel that you're not guilty?" Yi Yuan enunciated each word, directly announcing Li Zhaoqing's death sentence. He drew a long sword and set it to Ning Tianping's hand, and then he said coolly, "Your master's grudge, you avenge it." After he finished talking, his palm pushed out. An incomparably powerful strength transmitted into Ning Tianping's body. Ning Tianping's essence, energy, and spirit immediately recovered a lot, and could already barely manage to stand up. He took over the sword from Yi Yuan's hand and walked over toward Li Zhaoqing. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Li Zhaoqing's gaze, and his figure suddenly erupted, charging towards Ning Tianping. Even if I die, you'll also have to be buried with me. A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Li Zhaoqing's mouth. He was too close to Ning Tianping. The others did not have time to save it all. Immobilize. However, Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Li Zhaoqing seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex and frozen midair just like that, unable to move a muscle anymore. His gaze revealed an extremely shocked look, doing his best to shake off this constraint. But everything was to no avail. With Yi Yuan's strength, casting time freeze on him, he would not be able to move even the slightest for half a day. Ning Tianping limped over just like that, arriving in front of him. Chapter 2270, Heavenly Tao Incarnation. Chapter 2270, Heavenly Tao Incarnation. Ning Tianping placed Li Zhaoqing's head beside the memorial tablet and knelt down. Master in heaven, your disciple Ning Tianping personally killed the enemy and have finally avenged you. If your spirit is in heaven, you can rest in peace. After talking, Ning Tianping kowtowed 3 times solemnly. For so many years, Mo Li Fei treated Ning Tianping like a son. Ning Tianping's feelings toward him, it was second only to his feelings toward Yi Yuan. This time, the impact of Mo Li Fei's death was tremendous to Ning Tianping. However, the Yi Yuan by the side, his eyes flashed. He sensed that kind of fluctuation again. This fluctuation was intangible and formless, but was exactly the same as his father back then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Mo Li Fei's soul had clearly already disintegrated. Right now, a hint of undulation was actually produced above his memorial tablet. This undulation made him even more certain that the last time was not a hallucination. But the others present were completely oblivious. Ning Tianping finished kowtowing and kowtowed to Yi Yuan as he said, Tianping thanks your excellency for granting my Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan received it calmly and said, I'll naturally let you fulfill your filial piety. All right, lie down. Your injuries are very severe and need around half a month before you can recover. Ning Tianping nodded his head and carefully put away Mo Li Fei's memorial tablet and lay down once more. Half a month later, under Yi Yuan's meticulous treatment, he finally recovered completely. Then, Yi Yuan ransacked the hidden lineage's medicinal stores under Ru Feng's company. Watching Yi Yuan push one stalk of incomparably precious spirit medicine after another into his storage ring, the muscles on Ru Feng's face were twitching. These spirit medicines, the hidden lineage had collected them for no idea how many years. Many of them were even close to extinct. Boy, that's enough. The spirit medicines that you're currently taking have already virtually emptied out a Bodhidharma, Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan turned to look at him, smiled broadly, and collected the whole stretch with a whoosh. It turned out that he was just picking and collecting. Now he directly collected in piles. This was terrifying. Ru Feng's expression choked up and almost could not resist smacking Yi Yuan to death with one slap. Ru Feng endured his anger and said, See, consider yourself ruthless. Finished scouring the spirit medicines, Yi Yuan arrived at the treasure vault to choose Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasures. Yi Yuan picked 13 swords in one go, leaving 12 for himself, and gave one to Ning Tianping. With 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures added to the sword formation, the power of the sword formation would be even stronger. This time, Ru Feng became wiser. Even though his heart was still dripping blood, he endured all the way without speaking. Otherwise, this punk might move the entire treasure vault away. In addition, Yi Yuan even collected a large batch of divine essence stones. Other people's things not taking would be wasted. As for cultivation methods, martial techniques, and whatnot, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at all. These things already did not have any meaning to him. In the end, Ru Feng brought Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping and arrived at the hidden lineage's sacred ground. Entering the sacred ground, An incomparably sacred aura hit them head-on. On an open field, 8 enormous mountain-like stalwart statues of G.O.D.S. stood toweringly. This holy aura emitted off of the divine statues. When Ning Tianping saw these 8 divine statues, he actually knelt down involuntarily. Yi Yuan pushed his palm out. A surge of aura suddenly fired out, supporting Ning Tianping up from under. Ning Tianping felt ashamed and said, "Your Excellency, such strong heavenly Tao aura." But by the side, Ru Feng's pupils constricted. These 8 divine statues were G.O.D.-like existences. Even if it was the divine race, the first time entering here to receive the baptism of G.O.D.S., they would also be brought to their knees by the aura of Tao. But Yi Yuan was not only completely fine, he even helped Ning Tianping overcome this psychology effortlessly. This guy's comprehension towards Tao already reached an extremely deep level. Ru Feng thought so in his heart, but he did not know that Titanic waves similarly surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The aura on these G.O.D.S. bodies was actually extremely similar to the lesser heaven-span mountain. Even though the aura of these G.O.D.S. were far less profound than the lesser heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan could be sure that it was the same kind of aura. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering something that possessed the same kind of aura as the lesser heaven-span mountain. What was the origin of these idols? These 8 divine statues are the incarnations of heavenly Tao. In the last epoch, they had once imparted Tao to the divine race's 8 progenitors. Later, the 8 progenitors attained Tao. They took materials from the heaven-span mountain and carved the incarnations of heavenly Tao. Each divine race member has to undergo the baptism of these 8 divine status before they can become official divine race members. This is my divine race's Tao. You can't comprehend it, Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan swept his gaze past and discovered that many divine race powerhouses were all comprehending Tao under the statues. The divine race cultivated heavenly Tao. It turns out that it came from this. Divine race's 8 progenitors. Could Damel be one of them? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Ru Feng's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. You've seen before progenitor Dameld? Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not expect that this Dameld's background was actually so great. He nodded his head and said, "That's right, he was suppressed in S.H.I. plus NRA Ghost Region's Azura Blood Sea, and just broke through the barrier and came out not long ago." The moment Ru Feng heard, he could not help saying joyfully, "The progenitor coming into being. Our divine race's revival is nigh at hand. Gratifying, celebratory. Such a joyous occasion. I have to quickly tell head elder." Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, "What are you happy about?" After he came into being, he was seriously wounded by Tao artifact and also had an arm severed by me. Right now, he's hiding a G.O.D. knows where to recover his strength. What? You severed one of progenitor Dameld's arms? That isn't possible, Ru Feng said in alarm and anger. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If he was at his prime, it's naturally impossible. But if he's in the same realm as me?" Ru Feng's expression turned stiff, his complexion ashen. Yeah, this boy was too monstrous. Invincible in the same realm was not said for fun. Ancestor being suppressed for an epoch, his strength had long been pretty much worn down. After coming into being, he was also seriously injured by Tao artifact. How much strength was there to still fight with Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan was an ordinary Empyrean realm, even if Ancestor only had Empyrean realm strength, he could casually need him too. Yet, Yi Yuan's combat power was 100 times more daunting than divine race members of the same realm. Ancestor suffering a big loss did not seem hard to understand. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 idols, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of amuse. E-N-T, and he said, smilingly, "Heavenly Tao incarnation, interesting. Wonder when I can witness a true heavenly Tao incarnation." Tianping, you go and comprehend the 8 statues. How much you can comprehend counts. Ru Feng smiled coldly and said, the legacy of the 8 divine statues. Only humans whose souls and flesh fused into one can receive it. If he goes and comprehends them, he'll be directly crushed by the statue's heavenly Tao pressure. Ning Tianping himself also felt the powerful pressure and said with a bitter smile, Your Excellency, I'm afraid that I can't. Yi Yuan said coolly, Scared of what? I'll protect you. This is what the divine race owes you. Since it's given to you, grasp it well. When Ning Tianping heard that, he immediately mustered up the courage and said with a nod, Yes, Your Excellency. Done talking, he walked over toward the divine statues with large strides. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, seemingly sensing the 8 divine statues coming to life. Their gazes were all focused on him. A terrifying heavenly Tao aura suddenly descended. Chapter 2271. Keeping Watch. Chapter 2271. Keeping Watch. The 8 idols seemed to be spiritually linked. They were clearly all dead objects, but they gave people a feeling of being almost lifelike. The moment their gazes looked over, it was like the world looked over. Ning Tianping's mind shook heavily, and he spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough. But right at this time, a gentle aura hit from behind, enveloping him inside. Ning Tianping looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that Yi Yuan was cool as a CUC. Yumber. It was as if nothing had happened. You just need to comprehend it. You don't need to care about other things. No matter how strong they are, they can't hurt you either, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Tianping nodded slightly, relaxed his mind, and started comprehending the Tao. But the Tao was not so easy to comprehend. Ning Tianping's strength had long already surpassed said all others among peers. But he did not tread out his own path. Only those who attained Tao could reach the apex. But one to take this step was arduously difficult. Ning Tianping's talent was decent, but he was only born in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If it was the normal trajectory, he would at most merely be Celestial Deity Realm. Now, breaking through to become an Empyrean, rather than say that it was because of Mo Li Fei's devoted teaching, might as well say that it was because of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. It was Yi Yuan's medicinal pills that cleansed his marrows, causing him to continuously surpass his limits. But to tread out one's own path was not that easy. The Tao could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended his own Tao, he was unable to tell the people around him and let them gain enlightenment on Tao too. But these 8 idols possessed the same aura as the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It was just that they were also not as unfathomable as the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. To Ning Tianping, this was the best place to gain enlightenment on Tao. Of course, based on his own strength, it was totally impossible to gain enlightenment on Tao. This was the Tao that the divine race's 8 great progenitors tailor-made for the divine race. The bodies of humans were unable to withstand it at all, but Yi Yuan could borrow the power of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain and help Ning Tianping neutralize a portion of the power, letting him gain enlightenment on Tao in a peaceful environment. The Tao lies in the heart. Follow your own heart. The setbacks that you've encountered in your life are too few. Experiencing life and death this time is precisely the time for great enlightenment. Open up your heart and accept your inner self, and find the great Tao that belongs to you. Yi Yuan's words reverberated in Ning Tianping's ears. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes gradually becoming brilliant. Gradually, his entire mind and body relaxed, quietly accepting the baptism of Tao. Originally, this was the most dangerous step. How great was the power of Tao? How could it be what ordinary people could endure? Once the Tao heart collapsed, all the cultivation would be forfeited entirely. But Yi Yuan helped him to withstand the vast majority of the impact force. He could comprehend his own Tao very comfortably. By the side, Ru Feng's heart shook wildly. This boy actually doesn't fear the divine race imprint amidst the great Tao. How'd he do it? Also, his Tao has already gone so far. I'm afraid that even ordinary heavenly emperors haven't gone as far as him. Freak, truly a freak. How could such a freak appear in the human race? A hint of killing intent flashed across in Ru Feng's eyes. At this very moment, he had an impulse to finish Yi Yuan off. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong. Someone like Yi Yuan being born in the opponent's camp truly made people feel too dangerous. But thinking about it, he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He could kill Yi Yuan, but in return, it would cause tens of millions of hidden lineage clan members to be buried in death. This transaction was too not worthwhile. The divine race was about to come into being. The era of great struggle was about to arrive. These were all the divine race's backbone combat power. At this time, Ning Tianping walked in front of the first idol and sat down cross-legged. Yi Yuan smiled knowingly and secretly nodded. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. The events this time helped Ning Tianping achieve his aim instead, making him have a great awakening. Mo Li Fei's death let Ning Tianping suffer an unprecedented blow, but also helped him. Ning Tianping already entered the state and could take the first step of Tao enlightenment very soon. All things were difficult before they were easy. The comprehension of Tao, the first step of entering Tao, was the most difficult. Many people were unable to take this step in their entire lives. Mo Li Fei, you can rest in peace, Yi Yuan said in his heart. Only between life and death could one have a great awakening. However, what Yi Yuan did not know was that for Ning Tianping to be able to take this step, it was not merely because of the life and death trial this time. It was more due to his teaching by example. For so many years, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and witnessed Yi Yuan's miraculous rise from the perspective of a bystander. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was the southern border's #1 alchemy master, the priest temple's second sage. But no one knew how much he paid for this. The difficulties that Yi Yuan experienced were unimaginable for ordinary people. But Yi Yuan would never fear and would never shrink back. How firm his Tao heart was, Ning Tianping was someone who personally experienced it. Even though Mo Li Fei was his master, the one with the greatest influence on Ning Tianping was Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping viewed Yi Yuan as his most sought-after goal in his life, and he was unknowingly imitating Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's words and actions were all constantly affecting him too. Otherwise, with Ning Tianping's temperament, there would be no way of recovering from the blow of Mo Li Fei's death so quickly. In fact, he would be devastated. Actually, after all these years, Ning Tianping's heart had already unknowingly become very strong. Had to admit, Yi Yuan had this kind of magical power. The people around him would always be infected by him. Time passed, said day by day. Ning Tianping's eyes became brighter and brighter, while the Yi Yuan by the side was constantly withdrawing his aura, letting more great Tao aura land on Ning Tianping's body. The aura on Ning Tianping's body became stronger and stronger. The great Tao power that he could withstand also grew more and more. However, Yi Yuan did not go and gain enlightenment on Tao. This was not his Tao. These idols were just Taos that 8 progenitors carved. If it was the real incarnation of heavenly Tao, he could comprehend it a bit. Yi Yuan felt that that was the true path. As for these idols, he held them in contempt. 3 years later, he suddenly stood up and made some very strange postures. These postures were precisely the postures of these G-O-D statues. It was very hard for Ning Tianping to learn. In the beginning, he was unable to perform it at all. In fact, he would vomit blood the moment he performed it. But he was not discouraged, attempting it over and over again. After 10 years, he could finally perform the first posture. Another 5 years passed, said he performed the second posture. 30 years later, he finally performed all 8 poses, while Yi Yuan guarded beside Ning Tianping for 33 years. Suddenly, the entire sacred ground's aura became different. A terrifying power of law suddenly descended. Sea of law. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. Ning Tianping's improvement far exceeded his expectations. He truly had a great awakening, gaining enlightenment on his own Tao, sea of law descending. It caused a great sensation in the entire sacred ground. Those people gaining enlightenment on Tao were all startled by this scene and gave up on comprehending. Each and every one looked toward Ning Tianping in shock. Chapter 2272, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Chapter 2272, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Your Excellency, Ning Tianping walked out of the Sea of Law and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan 3 times. The current Ning Tianping had sharp eyes and was full of energy, akin to a sharp sword out of its sheath. He was giving people a feeling of having acquired a completely new outlook. His grat. 1. 2 toward Yi Yuan was expressed with these 3 bows. With several decades of guarding, Yi Yuan gave up cultivating. He only spent his time comprehending great Tao. Yi Yuan praised him. Life and death great Tao, not bad. Not bad. Starting from now, you've truly stepped onto the path of a powerhouse. By the side, Rufeng was long already shocked, speechless. A human really gained enlightenment on Tao in their divine race's sacred grounds. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would definitely feel that it was absurd nonsense. How could lowly humans possibly comprehend the divine race's Tao? Furthermore, during these several decades' time, Yi Yuan completely lacked interest in these 8G, D statues these several decades. He did not even want to take a look. Rufeng originally thought that the lucky chance he was talking about was for himself. In the end, it was only for Ning Tianping. He looked down on even the divine race's sacred grounds. Someone as powerful as him also felt a sense of frustration. I said before, what you all comprehend is heavenly Tao. What humans comprehend is heavenly Tao, too. Body is in, bli or lowly. Now, do you believe it? Yi Yuan said coolly. Rufeng's face was black, suddenly having a feeling of getting slapped. Even though he was not willing to admit it, he still felt that if Yi Yuan went to comprehend the D statues himself, he would definitely comprehend some things easily. But he was disdainful. Under his escort, Ning Tianping comprehended his own Tao. Life and death great Tao was also a kind of extremely strong great Tao already. From now on, Ning Tianping would fly to the sky with one bound, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Returning to the clan, Yi Yuan refined another batch of medicinal pills, threw it to Rufeng, and said coolly, "These medicinal pills, let them consume at once every 10 years. It can suppress the toxicity for 50 years. After that, you all send Rong Xie to find me again. I'll give you all the antidotes." When Rufeng heard this, he said in a great rage, "Boy, we've already satisfied all of your demands. You're still playing this with this old man?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "If I give you the antidote now, can I still walk out of here? Or I'll be killed off by you guys as soon as I leave this place." Rufeng's face fell. This lad was astute and crafty. He was really hard to deal with. Done with these, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and left the hidden lineage. Seeing Yi Yuan leave the hidden lineage, Rufeng also let out a long sigh in relief and hurriedly cast the secret art to completely seal off this pot as Sageway. Finally, we sent away that plague G.O.D. Head Elder, I feel that this boy's thread is too great. Should we send someone to kill him off? Rufeng said viciously. Jiling shook his head and said, "This brat is too shrewd. Furthermore, he's proficient in spatial law. He's not what the average person can finish off. We might even get the skunk stink all over us. Her Highness Divine Daughter's issue is the lesson learned. Want to kill him, it has to at least be late stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm. But at this juncture, appearing in the Heavenspan world is too sensitive." Rufeng said gloomily, "But this boy is too monstrous. I keep feeling that he poses a huge threat to our divine race and must be eliminated." Jiling nodded and said, "I naturally know that, but he can't wait until the day he grows up. Progenitor Dameld has already come into being. Before long, the 2 worlds pass, Sage Wei will definitely collapse entirely. At that time, in a battle at the level of progenitor, he won't have the qualifications to intervene at all. Before that, we'd best ACCU, emulate strength, and act a little safer. Rufeng's expression turned somber, and he nodded his head. Returning to heavenly eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan started close seclusion cultivation. He had collected a large batch of spirit medicines in the hidden lineage. They were sufficient for him to cultivate to peak chaos realm. Moreover, it was not like he did not do anything for so many years in the hidden lineage's sacred ground. He mutually corroborated the G.O.D. statues with the lesser Heavenspan mountain and had a deeper understanding of the Chaos Heavenspan canon. The outline of the next realm also gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. He went into closed seclusion cultivation more to comprehend the next realm. Yi Yuan himself was also very curious. His cultivation system was completely different from ordinary martial artists. What kind of level would he achieve if he kept cultivating the Chaos Heavenspan canon? Deva? Tao? Ancestor? Since he knew that Tao ancestors were not truly invincible under the heavens, then he should also have hopes of reaching this realm, right? About 20 years later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. His current realm already reached the peak chaos realm. It was just that he still did not have a mature idea with regard to the next realm. Currently, his world was a Ma. S of chaos. Then the next step would definitely be developing a real world. It was just that evolving a world was clearly not such a simple matter. His chaos world was totally different from ordinary small worlds. The method to hew it open was naturally too complicated as well. Ordinary heavenly emperors grasped Tao marks after obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition, while he opened up his own path and developed a world. There was an intrinsic difference between these two. Looks like I gotta make another trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The Heavenspan Mountain was the source of myriad life, the foundation of heavenly Tao. Only there could he feel the most fundamental source of power and could help Yi Yuan open up his own world from there. Yi Yuan exited seclusion and discovered that GMO was already waiting outside. Seeing Yi Yuan, GMO's pupils could not help constricting. The current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. That sort of feeling was akin to some kind of existence above the firmament. But clearly, Yi Yuan was just a peak Empyrean. He discovered that each time he saw Yi Yuan again, he would give him another level of shock. The strength of Second Sage could be described using changing with each Pa-S. Singday. I offer greetings to Second Sage. GMO gave a bow respectfully. Yi Yuan looked at GMO and was also rather surprised, saying with a smile, I was just about to go and meet Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I didn't expect that you came first. Finding me for? GMO said. Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference and invited the Heavenspan world's various alchemy, holy lands, countless elites to the Medicine Ancestor Bodhidharma. Lord Sacred Ancestor was also on the list of invitees. He and me come to invite you and to go along together. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly taken aback when he heard and immediately could not help laughing as he said, Medicine Ancestor finally can't hold back anymore. GMO also smiled and said, Second Sage's one remark reveals heaven's secrets. Lord Sacred Ancestor said that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time is actually organized for you. By the side, Bai Tong and the rest were shocked. Hearing the Medicine Ancestor's invitation earlier, each and every one of them still felt honored. After all, this was the terrifying figure standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world's alchemy path. Being able to receive his invitation, it was absolutely an extremely honorable thing. But when GMO said this, all of them were shocked. The Medicine Ancestor ramping up for a fight like this, stirring up the entire Heavenspan world. It was actually for Yi Yuan. He was merely a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. The others did not understand it. Only GMO understood that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao already peaked right at the source, reaching the level of Tao Pill. If Yi Yuan was an old monster who had already been famous for a long time, the medicine ancestor naturally would not get into a fight. But Yi Yuan was too young. His youth would impact the medicine ancestor's status. Chapter 2273. Respectful Without Fear. Chapter 2273. Respectful Without Fear. Senior GMO, how can an existence like Medicine Ancestor organize such a grand alchemy summit for His Excellency alone? Yin, he could not resist asking. In the heaven-span world, for all alchemists, the Medicine Ancestor was a G-O-D-like existence. In the path of alchemy, N-O, body could Serpa. S the Medicine Ancestor. He was like a totem, even making people not dare to profane. Even though Yi Yuan was similarly a G-O-D-like figure in the hearts of Yun, Yi, and the rest. But he was just a 7-star alchemy G-O-D after all. They had never doubted that Yi Yuan would reach the realm of Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest in the future. However, it was not now. The current Yi Yuan matching up against the Medicine Ancestor. Wasn't it equivalent to strike a rock with an egg? GMO smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "The Medicine Ancestor is indeed aloof from Ama. SES. He isn't even inferior to Tao ancestors in the hearts of alchemists. Only a short while ago, my Lord Sacred Ancestor also viewed him like a God. But ever since after Ask Not, Lord Sacred Ancestor threw away all of these emotions. It's true that the Medicine Ancestor is powerful, but he's narrow-minded and doesn't have the capacity to accommodate people. Lord Sacred Ancestor had once been decadent for several tens of millions of years after Ask Not, and was almost unable to recover from the setback. If not for so, his current strength might not be inferior to Medicine Ancestors. This is impossible. The expressions of Yun, Yi, and the rest changed wildly. They were seriously unable to accept that the G-O-D in their hearts was actually such a person. The Medicine Ancestor was the totem of all alchemists. When this totem collapsed, people's first reaction could only be disbelief. Power and status could conceal many things sometimes. He was strong, so he was right in everything. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest talked about Medicine Ancestor's faults everywhere, he would only be thought of as babbling nonsense, intentionally slandering Medicine Ancestor after defeat. Now, GMO saying such words, the reactions of Yun, Yi, and the rest was this. GMO just smiled and did not speak, not explaining things. But Yi Yuan said coolly, body is perfect. No matter how strong deity realm powerhouses are, they aren't true G-O-DS either. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even though the Medicine Ancestor is the supreme lord of alchemy, very, unfortunately, he's such a person. I know that it's very hard for you all to accept, but I believe this fact shouldn't be far off than the Medicine Ancestor that I know in the Ask Not chess game. This, Yin, Yi, and the rest had faces of being at a loss on what to do, feeling like their 3 views were about to collapse. GMO said coolly, so this so-called Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is actually to destroy Second Sage's faith, to crumble the Tao in his heart. This way, Second Sage won't be able to impact his status anymore. Yun, Yi, and the rest all looked over towards Yi Yuan, shocked expressions on their faces. They were still feeling honored earlier because Yi Yuan was invited. But now, they could not help worrying about Yi Yuan. If they had to choose between the Medicine Ancestor and Yi Yuan, they would naturally stand on Yi Yuan's side without the slightest hesitation. Your Excellency, why not? Let's not go to this alchemy conference. Yun, he said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, ever since I entered the heaven-span world, I've always imagined fighting against the Medicine Ancestor one day. Now, this opportunity is in front of my eyes. How can I possibly miss it? But that's the Medicine Ancestor. Yun, he said. Yi Yuan said coolly. So what if Medicine Ancestor? Yun, only by not having AG. Deep in your heart can you become AG. If you regard your master as AG, O, D. You won't ever Serpa. S. S. Your master. Your talent, willpower, and character are all superb. But if you can't overcome the fear in your heart, you will forever only be my disciple. In the hearts of powerhouses, there's only respect, no fear. In the hearts of powerhouses, there was only respect, no fear. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, giving people a feeling of enlightening the benighted. Even G. Mo's entire body trembled too. He did not have a revering heart towards the medicine ancestor, but he held sacred ancestor high priest in awe and veneration. This kind of awe and veneration was deeply imprinted in his bones, and had already been over tens of millions of years long. Serpa, S, sing master, this sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He suddenly remembered those words that Wings said to him, and finally understood why Yi Yuan would have today's accomplishments. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, I once said before that I'm sacred ancestor, high priest opponent. That wasn't some arrogant remark, but it was that I have the conviction and courage to Serpa. Him. My strength is inferior to him. So what about it? I'll do my utmost best to make myself become stronger. Even if I fail, I won't regret it too. I think that sacred ancestor high priest's thinking should be the same as mine. He's waiting for me to become stronger. I respect sacred ancestor high priest, not because he helped me before, but because he's an opponent worthy of respect. But the medicine ancestor isn't. GMO was shocked speechless. The words that Yi Yuan said were virtually identical to what his master said. Could it be that this was the tacit understanding between the strong? His master said before, he was not afraid of failure. What he was afraid of having no opponent, even though Yi Yuan's current strength was still worlds apart from master. But Yi Yuan's might already made people unable to look directly at it. By the side, Yin Yi's mind shook heavily. He understood that his master was teaching him to become a true powerhouse. This kind of education had nothing to do with skills. It only cared about the heart of a powerhouse. Only by not having AG, O, D in your heart can you become AG, O, D. He had always thought that awe was a term, but only now did he discover that he was wrong. Respect was respect, fear was fear. Respect, but do not be daunted. He sucked in a deep breath and nodded his head solemnly as he said, Master, understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you understand, cultivate your heart well. Talking about it is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to heaven. GMO got up and carried out the etiquette of a disciple, bowing respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, Thank you for second sage's pointers. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said with a smile, Is the medicine ancestor taking action because of the chaos samsara pill? GMO nodded. Yi Yuan continued, Refining the chaos samsara pill, I seem to have touched the source of alchemy Tao. That seems to be another realm that surmounts ancestor realm. Looks like medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest, they all are at this level. GMO thought about it and asked, How confident is second sage in this battle? Yi Yuan directly shook his head and said, Not even 10%. Everyone's expressions changed, but then they heard Yi Yuan say with a laugh, But for medicine ancestor to want to borrow this to attack my Tao heart, he's probably thinking too much. All right, you go back first then. I want to take a trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. After I break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, I'll go to the priest temple. GMO bowed in salute and took his leave. Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was not blindly confident. The opponent this time was the Heavenspan World's Alchemy Path's #1 person. This person had stood at the apex of the Heavenspan World's alchemy path for trillions of years. No one had been able to shake it before. His might did not need words to explain it all. Being the first meant having to accept endless challenges. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was just one of them. For the medicine ancestor to be able to persevere and not fall, that was battled out with absolute strength and not being touted by others. Facing such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not have any confidence at all. But so what? He, Yi Yuan, would never give up. Chapter 2274. Make you make an exception. Chapter 2274. Make you make an exception coming to Southfoot Town again. It had been over 2,000 years. Coming here again, Yi Yuan felt a sense of rue. Back then, he was unable to break through to the divine vortex realm. Russ, H.I. plus ing hastily into danger and arriving at this place. He received the drunkard's care. That was how he broke through his realm. Looking back, when he saw those divine lord realm little scamps around him again, Yi Yuan felt like he was suddenly whirled away. He concealed his aura along the way in order to not draw too much attention. Not seeing him for years, I wonder how the old drunkard is doing. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and entered the town slowly, arriving at the guardian's place. Old drunkard was still lying there in an unsightly manner. Clearly, he was very drunk. Discovering that somebody came in, old drunkard directly threw a wooden plaque over and said drunkenly, "Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb this old man from drinking." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, senior drunkard is still so overbearing." Old drunkard suddenly startled awake, turned his head to look, and could not help getting a shock. "It's you." He sized Yi Yuan up and down and said approvingly, "Not bad, not bad. Lord Dustless's vision is indeed good. You already cultivated to the peak divine lord realm in 2,000 years' time. This speed is considered pretty good already. Back then, Lord Immortal Grove was also no more than this. You came this time in order to break through to celestial deity realm, right? With Yi Yuan's current realm, if he intentionally concealed his cultivation, forget about old drunkard. Even if it was an ordinary Empyrean realm, it would be hard to see through his depths too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Considered so, I guess. Senior drunkard, how have these few years been?" Old drunkard's eyes flickered, and he switched to a smiling face as he said, "Good, very good. I'm guarding this Southfoot town. What could be wrong? Ha ha ha." He thought that he hit it very well, but how could his emotion fluctuations hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears? But Yi Yuan did not expose him. Since he did not want to say, forcing him served no purpose either. The two people meeting, it naturally could not dispense with about a small talk. But while talking, old drunkard always seemed to vaguely be wanting to chase Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan was aware of this in his heart, and also thanked him for his hospitality. He then returned to the residence to rest. The next day, it was the day to climb the Heaven-Span Mountain again. Old drunkard watched Yi Yuan enter the Pass Sageway before turning back to Southfoot Town. After he returned to the Guardian's Manor, there was already a room full of people inside. In the middle, a young man sat on his seat. His gaze when looking at the old drunkard was filled with scorn. Behind the young man, there were even two maidservants, saging his shoulders, fragrance lingering in the air, merry and carefree. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Why haven't you knelt down when you see this young master? Bang! Behind the old drunkard, a martial artist suddenly kicked out, directly kicking onto the back of old drunkard's knees, breaking his pair of legs, kneeling to the ground. The young man's expression was apathetic as he said coolly, "Old drunkard, do you know your crime?" Old drunkard did not care. He took out his wine gourd, drank a mouthful of wine, and said with a cold smile, "What crime does this old man have?" The young man said coolly, "Got to look at the owner when hitting a dog. This young master sent Lin Xiu here to be your deputy, but you killed him. How do you plan on explaining this matter?" Old drunkard snorted coldly and said, "Was Lin Xiu here to be a deputy? The moment he came, he relied on young master's power and directly turned this old man into a figurehead. Never mind this. This old man is happy to be idly too. But in the 10 years that Lin Xiu was in power, disregarding that he demanded ridiculous prices, he even tainted and killed hundreds of female cultivators. This old man had urged him many times, but he went from bad to worse, and even wanted to kill this old man. This old man killed him in a moment of rage. What crime is there?" Old drunkard was filled with righteous indignation as he said it, but the young man's face remained calm and collected all along, and did not have the slightest fluctuation, as if those female cultivators who died unjustly were just a bunch of animals. To talk about these few years, the old drunkard had pious, said it comfortably too. But all this changed 10 years ago. These 10 years, old drunkard simply spent each day like it was a year. That Lin Xiao was a pervert. Female cultivators that were even slightly attractive could not escape his evil hands at all. Disregarding that he tainted them, he even butchered them afterward. He was righteous and looked down on this kind of despicable action the most. These 10 years, he simply wanted to explode from anger. However, Lin Xiao was this young master's cousin. Relying on this young master's power, he did not place him in his eyes at all. Old drunkard was just a true D realm in the end. He was naturally incomparably powerful in the eyes of these divine Lord realm martial artists. But in the eyes of this one, he was akin to an ant. Helpless, he could only persuade many times. But not only did Lin Xiao not listen, he went from bad to worse and became more and more abominable. Finally, old drunkard could not resist making a move to stop Lin Xiao. But under this guy's frenzy, he actually wanted to kill old drunkard. He thought that old drunkard did not dare to fight back. But who knew that under old drunkard's sullen rage, he struck him dead with one palm. Lin Xiao had his body hollowed out by alcohol and LUST. So how could he be old drunkard's match? It was just that like this, it startled young master. Old drunkard knew that young master was coming these 2 days, so he did not want to drag Yi Yuan in. That was why he did not mention this matter. Just a bunch of ants. Lin Xiao favoring them is their blessing. Is it your turn to be a busybody? Young master said with an indifferent look. Toward this remark, old drunkard seemed to have long expected it. He just drank a mouthful of wine and kept his mouth shut. Tang Yuqing and Lin Xiao were simply jackals of the same lair. No matter how much he said, it would also be hard to escape death. Those present today, just the Empyreans numbered quite a few. There was no chance for him to escape. Seeing old drunkard keeping his mouth shut, Tang Yuqing said coolly, "Looks like you already have some awareness. Send him on his way then. Qing He, from today onwards, your Southfoot town's guardian." By the side, one of Tang Yuqing's subordinates had a look of pleasant surprise and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks for young master's appreciation." Tang Yuqing waved his hands, indicating for his subordinates to do it. An Empyrean walked out slowly and came before old drunkard. Old drunkard laughed loudly, opened his mouth, and drank wine, incredibly unrestrained. The Empyrean did not say a word and smacked a palm down. But just as his palm was about to land, a ray of sword light seemed to come from beyond the sky. That Empyrean was directly sliced into pieces, deader until he could not be more dead. A figure slowly walked in from outside the house and came right in front of old drunkard. Tang Yuqing's subordinates all retreated, not daring to come into contact with Yi Yuan at all, directly opening up a path. Old drunkard looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, shocked speechless. He did not even see clearly how he attacked. And this Empyrean was one shot? Could it be that Yi Yuan's current strength was not divine Lord Realm? No, wait. He had clearly already seen him enter the Pa-S Sageway. Why did he come back again? Old drunkard struggled to open his drunken eyes, attempting to see Yi Yuan clearly. But no matter how he looked, he could not see clearly too. It was as if what was standing in front of him at this very moment was that fleeting and ephemeral heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan. Old drunkard stammered for a long time and did not speak. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior drunkard is treating me too much as a stranger. Relax. With me around, they can't touch you." Tang Yuqing drank a mouthful of wine calmly and said coolly, "Can't touch him? When Tang Yuqing, want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Then sorry about it. I'll have to make you make an exception today." Chapter 2275. My Dad is a Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2275. My Dad is a Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan, I don't know how strong you are right now, but he isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Quickly leave. Don't worry about my affairs. Old drunkard finally recovered from shock, but his first reaction was to have Yi Yuan hurry up and leave. Because Tang Yuqing's status was high, Yi Yuan could not afford to provoke him at all. He tried to push Yi Yuan out, but he discovered that he could not budge him at all. Tang Yuqing slowly got up, came before Yi Yuan, and said with a light smile, "Punk, do you know why he's so scared of me?" Yi Yuan said rather interestedly, "Oh, why?" "Because I'm the son of a heavenly emperor." When he said this, Tang Yuqing had a smug look. Clearly, he felt very proud of this ident. "One tie, my father is Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. The 30 million miles area at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain is all under my father's jurisdiction. Therefore, do you know what's the outcome of you offending me?" Tang Yuqing's face was almost planted in front of Yi Yuan's, a proud look on his face. Yi Yuan revealed a guileless smile and said, "What outcome I have, I really don't know, but I know your outcome." Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the sky. The terrifying pressure directly sent the guardian manor flying. Tang Yuqing was caught off guard and directly overwhelmed until he knelt on the ground by this horrifying pressure. Those true D-realm guards were directly crushed into meat pancakes. The few remaining Empyrean realms were crushed until they lay P-R-O-N-E on the ground, unable to even move an inch. Yi Yuan's pressure carried a strong power. If he intentionally released it, it was not what these initial stage Empyreans could resist at all. Old Drunkard's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief. He never even dared to dream that in a short 2,000 years' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually turned out to be so terrifying. He had not made a move yet, and directly pressed the Empyrean realm powerhouses unable to move on the ground. How formidable a strength did this need? He previously still thought that Yi Yuan was here to break through to the celestial deity realm. Thinking about it, it was simply a joke. He could clearly feel that Yi Yuan's current strength was likely even stronger than the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove back then. How is this possible? Just 2,000 years. In just 2,000 years, from a rookie who could not even break through to be a divine lord, growing into a peak Empyrean sovereign, he suddenly somewhat understood the meaning of those words that Dustless said back then. Lord Immortal Grove's successor was truly incredible. It was just that. Behind Tang Yuqing was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Under the heavy pressure, Tang Yuqing had a contorted look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "You dare to touch me? You dare to touch me? My dad is a heavenly emperor. You're dead. You're dead." Tang Yuqing himself was an Empyrean powerhouse too, but he was weak like a 3-year-old child in front of Yi Yuan. Old Drunkard was also shocked and said, "Yi Yuan, quickly go. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain dotes on this son immensely. If he knows that you made a move against Tang Yuqing, he won't let you off. My affairs, I don't need you to care." He was not afraid of dying himself, but he was afraid to implicate Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was currently peak Empyrean, it was also impossible to be a heavenly emperor's match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm going to intervene in your affairs." Clank. The sounds of swords clanging sounded out, a dozen overswords sword energy around Tang Yuqing, the sword energy threatening. Yi Yuan rapped on Tang Yuqing's head and said, "Come, repeat your words just now again." Sensing the chilly air coming from the tip of the swords, Tang Yuqing's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't dare anymore. Why, Your Excellency, I don't dare anymore." "Then tell me now, did Lin Xiu deserve to die or not?" "Deserved it. Deserved to die. He courted death himself. It's not Old Drunkard's fault. Really, I don't blame Old Drunkard at all. He's my cousin. When my aunt heard that he died, she was extremely enraged. That's why I had no choice but to find trouble with Old Drunkard. Actually, I admonish his actions and behavior a lot, too. Like this, huh? In that case, you're a good guy?" "A good guy. I'm really a good guy." Yi Yuan seemed very satisfied with Tang Yuqing's answer. Patting his shoulder twice, he smiled lightly and said, "Since you're a good guy, then I've wronged you. You can go." Tang Yuqing was akin to being granted amnesty, scrambling out in a panic. But Old Drunkard's face changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, can't let him go? You believe in this sort of nonsense too?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, why wouldn't I believe? Old Drunkard had an appearance like he expected better of him and gritted his teeth and said, "This brat is a silk pants. After you humiliated him like this, he'll definitely go and tell Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain to come and kill you after he returns. Quickly leave. It will be too late otherwise." In his view, even though Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying, he was too young and believed in people too easily. He was somewhat perplexed. With this kind of personality, how did he survive until now? But Yi Yuan avoided the topic and said with a smile, "What plans does Senior Drunkard have in the future?" Old Drunkard's expression turned stiff, and he said with a bitter smile, "What plans can I still have? Us Guardians all have a wisp of divine soul imprint in the hands of Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. Even if I run to the ends of the world, I can't escape his pursuit either. Rather, it's you. It will be too late if you still don't go. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Like this, huh? Then just nice. After Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain arrives, I'll have a good talk with him and take back your divine soul imprint." Old Drunkard was anxious until he almost wanted to jump up. This guy really would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. Were heavenly emperors whom you could reason things out with? But if Yi Yuan did not leave, he really could not do anything about it. Yi Yuan's present strength already made him unable to influence the former. He tried his best to persuade Yi Yuan to leave, but Yi Yuan just refused to go. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately hiding from Old Drunkard, but that if he said that he could deal with heavenly emperors, Old Drunkard would not believe it either. Yi Yuan helped Old Drunkard heal his wounds and took out a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard was shocked speechless. After consuming this heaven-seizing good fortune pill, he broke through to the Empyrean realm without any surprise. This step had blocked him for hundreds of thousands of years. He thought that he could not take this step for life. He did not expect that Yi Yuan resolved it with a medicinal pill. But not long after he broke through, Tang Yuqing led a large contingent of troops over. A pair of husband and wife slowly walked out, looking at Yi Yuan coldly. Old Drunkard's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock. Even Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance came as well. "I asked you to go, but you refused to leave. Now, you can't leave even if you want to." As he said, Old Drunkard revealed a hint of a bitter smile. This couple was precisely Tang Yuqing's father and mother. They were Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance. These two were both First Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. "Haha, you fool. You're actually really still here. Father, mother, it's this punk who almost killed me. You have to avenge me," Tang Yuqing said sobbingly. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance felt her heart ached and hurriedly consoled. Don't cry. Mother's heart hurts. Don't you worry. Mother will definitely cut this punk into little pieces and avenge you." Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's brows furrowed, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Brat, it's you who made a move against Cheng-Er and even killed this Heavenly Emperor's subordinates?" Chapter 2276. Still remember those two Pats? Chapter 2276. Still remember those two Pats? Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yuqing and said with a look of surprise, "I trusted you so much, and yet you actually sold me out?" Tang Yuqing laughed loudly and said, "If I didn't say that, would you let me go? What a fool. You got fooled by me with a few words." Yi Yuan had an expression like he had resigned himself to fate and said with a sigh, "Why did you have to do this?" Tang Yuqing said smugly, "A measly lowly ant. Do you really think that I'd take it to heart? This heaven-span world has too many ants. My cousin toyed with a few ants, what does it matter? But Old Drunkard killed him. That violated heavenly law." Tang Yuqing was a so-called proud son of heaven. He was birthed by two great heavenly emperors. Furthermore, his roots were excellent. He was an Empyrean realm super powerhouse the moment he was born. In his eyes, those below Empyrean realm were all ants. How could this kind of silk pants think anything of the life and death of mere divine lord realms? Tang Yuqing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "You think that you can be lawless and unruly with just a peak Empyrean cultivation? This young master tells you, in front of my father and mother. You're likewise an ant." Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze cold as he said, "Heard that? In front of a heavenly emperor, all are ants. Punk, are you ending yourself, or do you want this heavenly emperor to take action?" Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Tang Yuqing and said smilingly, "But in my eyes, you're an ant too." Tang Yuqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "So what if I'm an ant? In front of my parents, can you still kill me?" Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yuqing like looking at a fool and said with a smile, "Still remember the 2 pats that I patted you with before you left?" Tang Yuqing's expression changed, and he said in horror, "Why, you're scaring me?" Not just Tang Yuqing. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant's expressions changed wildly, looking over toward Tang Yuqing subconsciously. However, it was already too late. "Ha!" Yi Yuan snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, countless sword energy poured out of the body. Tang Yuqing was directly sliced into countless chunks by the sword energy. Those 2 pats were sword energy left within Tang Yuqing's body. As long as Yi Yuan activated it, it would erupt crazily. It was just that with Tang Yuqing's strength, he was unable to detect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant, 2 people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at this scene in disbelief. Their own son was killed in front of them, just like this. His corpse could not even be assembled back fully. Old Drunkard also had a thunderstruck look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so crazy to actually kill the son of heavenly emperors in front of them. Looking at it now, it was not that Yi Yuan was ignorant of worldly affairs, but since he planted sword energy inside Tang Yuqing's body, why didn't he threaten the 2 great heavenly emperors with this? He discovered that he could not understand the way Yi Yuan did things at all. But Yi Yuan did not care. Like he did a trivial thing, he smiled and said, "Inviting the 2 of you here is to ask you 2 for something. Return Old Drunkard's divine soul imprint to me, okay?" Rumble, rumble. 2 terrifying forces rushed straight for Yi Yuan like sharp swords. Divine soul imprint? Haha, you killed my son. This emperor will definitely grind your bones to dust to vent the hatred in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant bellowed shrilly. Tang Yuqing was important in her heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant doted on him to the extreme, unable to bear letting him suffer at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually killed him just like this. So how could Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant not be furious? She vented all of her wrath on Yi Yuan. After being stunned, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was similarly enraged to the extreme and said in a cold voice, "Very good, punk. You've got guts. Very soon, you'll regret having come to this world." Swaz. H. Plus not waiting for Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain to take action, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant already teleported in front of Yi Yuan and suddenly smacked a palm down. Down marks flickered. The terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of everyone present suddenly change. The attack of a heavenly emperor in anger. How terrifying was the power! Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But right at this time, over 1,000 flying swords suddenly flew out. A terrifying sword formation suddenly lit up. In an instant, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant was trapped by the sword formation. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant came in anger, but at this time, she was extremely alarmed and furious. Being trapped inside the sword formation, whatever down marks, whatever heaven and earth pressure, it all could not stand up to a single blow in front of the sword formation. At present, Yi Yuan was already faintly going to break through to the next realm, virtually standing at the peak of Chaos Realm. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force, it climbed to an unattainable peak. The power of the sword formation was significantly stronger than when at the hidden lineage. At that time, this sword formation could already overpower the divine race's powerhouses, let alone a mere first firmament heavenly emperor. In other people's view, heavenly emperors might be very powerful. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was also just like that. Old Drunkard's pupils constricted, the shock in his heart unable to be any greater. He never thought that Yi Yuan's strength could actually already contend with heavenly emperors. This is simply too Estonies. I plus ing. He clearly only has Empyrean realm cultivation, but he can rival heavenly emperors. Even Lord Immortal Grove is far inferior to him too. Old Drunkard initially felt that Yi Yuan having peak divine lord cultivation in 2,000 years was already Estonies. I plus ingly talented, but he discovered that Yi Yuan's growth already completely exceeded his cognition. In just 2,000 years, from an origin deity realm brat, growing into a Leviathan who had the ability to rival heavenly emperors. This sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He finally understood why Yi Yuan did not care about Tang Yuqing's item. 1. Tai in the slightest. Because he totally had this strength. Over there, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, Sword Dao Source. Formation Dao Source. Just a breath's time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixton's world domain was already compressed by Yi Yuan's sword formation significantly. Before long, this sword formation would be able to breach Heavenly Emperor Phoenixton's defenses. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixton could only face a dead end. How could he still hesitate? He shouted, Wife, I'll come and help you. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain took a step and circled out the sword formation, charging straight for Yi Yuan himself. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, the sword formation would naturally collapse on itself. It was just that. How could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? All of a sudden, half of the flying swords in the sword formation pulled back, directly matching up against Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. Both sides fought fiercely without rest. The terrifying energy fought until the surroundings were full of pits and holes. Yi Yuan battling two great heavenly emperors with his power alone, he was not the least bit afraid, and faintly showed signs of suppressing the two people instead. The subordinates that Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain brought over were already dumbfounded. This brat that popped out from no idea where, his strength was also too fearsome, right? Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain currently had a bitterness that he could not articulate. He thought that Yi Yuan dividing the forces to save himself. With their two great Heavenly Emperors' strength, they would naturally be able to crack the sword formation. But Yi Yuan merely used half the flying swords and trapped him already. He unleashed all of his abilities and was barely able to fight to a draw with Yi Yuan. But fortunately, the pressure at Heavenly Emperor Phoenixton's that side fell sharply, and she could resist the sword formation presently. Yi Yuan controlled the sword formation and still had the strength to spare, as he said coolly, Me letting him go was already giving him a chance. Yet, he called the two of you over, that's him courting death. Not educating the son is the father's fault. The two of you brought up such a son, you're also no better yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll send you guys on your way then.